Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Halton. Oh, sorry. Can I ask everybody to turn their mics off? We're getting some feedback. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Halton Catholic District School Board Policy Committee meeting for Tuesday, April the 13th. It is 7 p.m. We are live streaming as well. This meeting will be available on our YouTube channel for future viewing. I would like to call the meeting to order, and we'd like to start with our opening prayer. Trustee Dewar.
To you, Madam Chair. April 17th is the feast day of our first Indigenous saint, Saint Kateri Tekakwitha. I would like to do a prayer in advance of the feast day, and we probably will celebrate many feast occasions in our board. Please join me in the sign of our faith. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. O blessed Kateri, help us to trust as you trusted. Help us to see light even in our present difficulties. Help us to know that God has not abandoned or moved from us. Help us to believe God is with us. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Trustee Duart. Just a reminder to everybody, we have some items on the agenda this evening that may spark some emotion. I would ask that we remember that to maintain decorum and be respectful of everyone attending and everybody's responses and opinions this evening. And that being said, we'll move on to item 2.1, the approval of agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Moved, O'Brien.
Thank you. O'Brien.
Duart.
Seconded by Trustee Duart. Is there anyone opposed? Okay.
Can you take it to a vote, Madam Chair?
I can. Trustee Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
Trustee Duart.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Cernota.
In favor.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi.
Against.
Opposed. Trustee Kelly.
In favor.
Trustee Goubert.
In favor.
The agenda passes. Moving on to item 2.1, approval of the minutes for the February 9th, 2021 policy meeting. Can I have someone move, please?
Duart.
Trustee Duart.
Seconded, O'Brien.
Seconded by Trustee O'Brien. I'll go to a recorded vote. Trustee DeRosa.
Opposed.
Trustee Duart.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Cernota.
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi.
Opposed.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Goubert. Trustee Goubert. Okay, I'll come back. Trustee in favor. Thank you. Trustee Kelly.
In favor.
The minutes have been approved. Declarations of conflict of interest. Any? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to action items. Item 4. So we'll just give Rosie a second here to pull it up. This is item 4.1, policy II-26, managing student risk in inter-school sports, elementary and secondary schools. We have, can I have a motion to accept? Rosie, can we scroll? Thank you. Can I have a motion to accept that the policy committee recommends that policy II-26, managing student risk in interschool sports, elementary and secondary schools, be forwarded along with amendments to the April 20th, 2021 regular board meeting for approval?
Moved
By
O'Brien.
Trustee Agnew.
So moved by Trustee Agnew, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Is that all right? Trustee O'Brien?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we have Superintendent Kroll. We'll pass it over to you.
Good evening, trustees. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm pleased to present policy 2-26, managing student risk in interschool sports, for your review. It is part of the regular policy review cycle. We have made some minor housekeeping changes to reflect current language, to update and add references for consistency. Happy to answer any questions that trustees may have about this policy.
Thank you, Superintendent Kroll. I'll open up the floor to trustees. Are there any questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Trustee Intomasi, do you not have access to the chat group or to the hand up? Just so I can keep track?
Well, since I'm the only one, I don't know how it matters, Madam Chair.
You have the floor, Trustee Intomasi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Kroll, I see here that there are associated policies and procedures that accompany this particular policy. Can you please confirm that all of the latest legislation that's attached to this particular policy has been updated?
Sorry, and through you, Madam Chair, just to clarify, so you're asking if the updated references in this policy are in line with the most recent legislation?
Correct.
Yes, that's part of the work that was done on this to make sure that we're compliant with the most recent legislation.
So what is the last and most recent legislation came out?
Trustee Intomasi, do you have a follow-up question?
I was starting to ask my follow-up, which is also a point of clarification, Madam Chair. So I will ask the question again. I believe I was muted somehow. So as I had started to say, does this policy have, what is the last legislation that this particular policy speaks to that came down from the Ministry of Education and Sports and Recreation?
Trustee Intomasi, and through you, Madam Chair, if you want to just maybe point me to the legislation you're talking about, I'm happy to speak to it.
No, I'm not going to point you to it. I'm asking you if I asked whether or not this is updated and whether or not it's got the latest legislation, whether it be procedures and protocols due to the COVID that have been handed down by St. John's Ambulance, whether or not it has all of the latest procedures and protocols that are attached to the current scenarios, and does it address those scenarios?
Sorry, before you answer there, Superintendent Kroll, I believe, Trustee Intomasi, I believe Superintendent Kroll already answered those questions, and that says that's where the updates have come from. So if you don't have another question, we'll move on. Superintendent Bakaich, do you have something you wanted to add other than what Superintendent Kroll has already presented?
Madam Chair, you can't make these decisions. I asked a question. The superintendent has the floor. He was addressing my questions, and you are.
Sorry,
Point of order.
Sorry, it's Trustee Intomasi, you cut out. Can you please, you weren't recognized at that point, and he already answered the question. And at the beginning of this, I asked that we maintain some decorum in our conversations this evening.
Madam Chair, you're out of order because you're not proceeding according. I had the floor. You cannot take the floor away from me until such time as I'm finished with my questions. I believe Superintendent Crow was in the middle of addressing my points of clarifications, which came about is an incomplete answer that I received from him. So I will redress the question. Does this policy contain COVID-19 procedures and protocols? Because I can't find them anywhere.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair, that's not what Trustee Ian Tomasi asked. He didn't ask about COVID.
Madam Chair,
noted,
that's not a point of clarification. You can't recognize her.
Trustee Tomasi, you just went on about me not recognizing you. Let me respond to Trustee Agnew. Thank you for that comment, Trustee Agnew.
Point of order.
However,
a question of clarification is not a point of order. You can only entertain a point of order.
Trustee Tomasi, I am not playing this game tonight. Okay, when you're speaking, I don't interrupt you. When I'm speaking, don't interrupt me. I just said thank you for your comment. However, I was going to give the floor back to you. So I think you need to take a step back. I will not do this tonight. So now Superintendent Kroll, Trustee Ian Tomasi has asked a question in regards to COVID, which is different than before. Can you please respond to that? Sorry, Superintendent Kroll, you're muted, so I apologize. You're gonna have to repeat that all.
My apologies. Part of what we've included in this is the OPASI, the Ontario Physical Activity Safety Standards in Education, which does include the most current COVID-19 guidelines.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair.
Is it in regards to this question that you just asked?
It's in regards to his answer.
Okay, go ahead, because we have other people in the lineup.
Okay, but I currently have the floor. So this particular policy cannot allude to a particular legislation without adding it as part of the body of the policy. A policy has to be specific. It has to address a certain condition, which we're currently under. It does not. I cannot find it anywhere. I have found other legislation which speaks to this, which OFSA has incorporated in their policy. However, we do not have it in our policy. I want to know why.
Superintendent Kroll, do you understand the question?
I do. And again, through you, Madam Chair, that was kind of where I was going with my original question back to Trustee Tomasi. If there's something specific that you're referring to, if you'd like to bring it to our attention, I'm happy to look at it. But, you know, I believe we've done a fair amount of work on this policy to make it as current as possible with the guidelines that we've included.
Thank you. Thanks, Superintendent Kroll. Superintendent Bakaich, I'm sorry, I cut you off there. Did you want something to add?
Oh, thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, that was actually what I was going to add. The provincial sport governing body is OPAS, and we use it to direct all of our activities, our sports. And so you'll notice that the other references also inform the guidelines that we follow in Halton Catholic and provincially, which have been added to the references. And so these are the guidelines and governing body documents that we use for all sports and for our own guidelines within the board.
Thank you. Director Daly, I see you had your hand up.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Not much to add other than kind of what Superintendent Bakaich said and Superintendent Kroll said. We follow the OPASI guidelines, and the OPASI guidelines line up or align with the Ministry of Ed, Ministry of Health guidelines, Government of Canada's guidance for schools K-12, return to school Canadian physical education guidelines, new health protocols and phys ed guidelines, etc.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're talking about more or less what my issue is, not only with this policy, but in general. And I'm struggling to get some degree of comfort that the changes that are being proposed are in fact line up with the basic legal requirement, whether they be in the whether they be in the Act or other ministerial guidelines. I'm wondering whether we would consider the referral of these policies to some legal authority that can say, yes, the basic legal requirements have been met. I'll direct the question to whoever might want to answer that. Thank you.
Superintendent Kroll or Superintendent Bakaich? I guess Superintendent Kroll is.
Sure. And through you, Madam Chair, I mean, it's difficult for me to comment on whether we should put all policies to get a legal opinion, Trustee DeRosa, if I understand you correctly. I am confident, though, that by aligning ourselves with OFSA, with OPASI, that we're aligning ourselves with provincial organizations and that we're safe in doing so by adopting their guidelines into our policy.
May I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may. Go ahead, Trustee DeRosa.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Kroll. I want to wholeheartedly, I believe your guidance, and I place a lot of reliance on the staff's judgment for these things. But, there are basic legal requirements that need to be met. And above that, it becomes an issue of operations. It becomes an issue of good judgment. What I struggle with is the assessment, or an independent assessment, a legal assessment as to whether the basic minimums are met. And I don't only struggle with this particular policy, but I would apply that to all of the changes that we are making in the policies listed tonight. I mean, I've been thinking about the legal validation, about all of the policies that put through. And some may be a bit simpler and others may be a little bit more complicated. But for the benefit of all trustees, and in particular mine, it would be beneficial to consider some form of legal validation so that we can move forward without any fear of jeopardy of the policies that we are developing. So take the comment for what it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Do these guidelines change frequently, the OPASE guidelines and the one above, the Ontario Federation of School Athletic Association? Do those guidelines change frequently?
Superintendent Kroll?
Sure. I guess my response to that would be they're changed as needed. So they're updated as needed, updated as perhaps new safety measures are needed to be put in place for specific sports. I can't comment to all of them and how quickly they're updated, but I do know that our board does look to these organizations certainly for the most current information.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a follow-up, Trustee Carabella, or is?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Intomasi?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Superintendent Kroll again. So in September 2020, the Ontario Physical Activity Safety Standards in Education produced a document which specifically relates to COVID-19. It's separate because it also addresses COVID-19 consideration for physical education and remote learning. Where can I find that as a reference in this particular policy?
Through you, Madam Chair. So OPASI is related to OFIA, and those guidelines come from OFIA. So I would argue that they're already contained in the reference to the OPASI. That would be my response.
Point of clarification. So OPASI has not yet done their update. Their update isn't due until September, and it hasn't been included yet. So it's physically impossible that they have it in their current documentation, simply because I'm on it now and it doesn't speak to it. So can you get back to me on the information? Thanks.
Okay, Director Daly, do you have a comment?
No, it would just be repeating what I had said before, that the guidelines, the OPASI guidelines, which are the minimum safety guidelines that most boards, if not all boards in Ontario follow, are aligned with a number of COVID-19 related documents produced both by the province, the federal level, as I said, the Government of Canada's COVID-19 guidance for schools K-12, PHE Canada's COVID-19 pandemic return to school, Canadian physical and health education guidelines, new health protocols, and physical and health education ideas for management. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just to remake the point that, you know, we have to have some degree of confidence that the minimum requirements are being met, because ultimately in an environment with COVID-19 and the changing environment and insecure environment that we're currently all living, unfortunately, we have a responsibility as a board to implement the policies that that we develop and we approve. And it is very, very difficult for trustees now to make sure that whatever is developed is in fact applied in a changing environment as we are all experiencing right now. So I'm looking for some third-party validation that says, yeah, we've reviewed this to the best of our capabilities. You know, this policy is in line, and then we can move forward with the implementation of it, knowing that it won't come back and make us regret that we've just moved forward without that validation. So again, I'd like to make the point that it would be wise of us to seek out third-party validation.
Thank you,
and
Trustee.
This is gonna be a point I'm gonna make all across in this discussion. So it's my overriding concern about what we're about to approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. We have heard your point, and you know, if you have questions, feel free to ask. But we've heard your point at this point. Trustee Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, and not necessarily a question, that might be a question, but I have to assume that the policy committee and the staff involved in updating these policies take every single opportunity in every possible way to minimize risk to both staff and students, and that they would be aware of any of their issues around indemnification, et cetera. So I've got full confidence in staff's ability to update these policies to stay up to date with the applicable references, because I know that they have the best interest of our, like I said, our staff and students, and nobody wants to miss a step and risk the safety of anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, do you have a question?
I guess there's a question. But I'd like to make a general comment with respect to the comments of Trustee Agnew. My contention is not the lack of faith in the staff and being able to do the best job they absolutely can with all of the best intentions in the world. All I'm saying is that in the environment that exists today, we would be well advised as an organization and also individuals to be able to rely on the opinion and the view of a qualified third party who would then be accountable for his guidance. Thank you.
Trustee DeRosa, I thank you, but you know, you've already made your point twice, so we're going to move on.
No, I was responding to tried to supplement Trustee Agnew's comments.
But she wasn't,
Madam Chair.
She wasn't asking you a question, Trustee DeRosa. So we're going to move on. So seeing that there's nobody else.
Madam Chair,
I'm going to.
With all due respect.
Hello.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, she wasn't asked a question either. So I would like the same opportunity to input into this discussion as everybody else does. Thank you very much.
Trustee DeRosa, number one, you're out of order. Number two, Trustee Agnew hadn't spoken to the point yet. You had already spoken twice. That was your third time. So that being said, we are going to maintain some decorum in this, and we are going to continue. Everybody has an opportunity to have some debate and make some comments, which you did. Every trustee who has asked had been given the same opportunity. We are now going to go to questions. If there are no further questions, we're going to take this to a vote.
Madam Chair, I don't need to be scolded.
I have a question.
Trustee DeRosa, you are not in order. You've not been recognized. And Trustee Intomasi, you have not been recognized yet either.
Point of order.
What is your point of order? Please state it.
A point of order is that the information disseminated by the Secretary to the Board, Director of Education, is incorrect.
State what part of the bylaws it's violated.
He hasn't answered. He's provided the board with information that's inconsistent and incomplete. The fact of the matter is that currently our board has not provided COVID-19 training as it pertains to sports. No one has undergone that particular procedure. So we cannot be, if that's the case, we can't be compliant.
Trustee Intomasi, procedurally, you need to let me rule on the point of order. You have not raised a point of order that is a violation of either the bylaws or the Education Act, so your point of order is overruled. We will now take this to you, Trustee Intomasi. You are out of order. You're out of order.
Point of order stems, you're ruling incorrectly. I seek to appeal your ruling because if someone provides information and the information is incorrect.
Trustee Intomasi, so we will take your appeal to a vote. So that being said, Trustee Agnew, in favor of Trustee Intomasi's appeal of my vote of his my appeal of my denying his point.
Opposed to the appeal.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa.
I'm in favor, Madam.
Trustee Duart.
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy.
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Zernota.
Opposed.
Trustee Intomasi.
I'm in favor, Madam Chair.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Goubert.
In favor.
Trustee Kelly.
Opposed.
I am also opposed. The point of order is upheld. We're moving on. We have Superintendent Bakaich. You have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Just as a follow-up to Trustee Intomasi's point regarding instruction for COVID as it pertains to physical education, we did have instruction provided by our phys ed consultants, both at secondary and at elementary, using the OFIA at-home safe student check-in forms and instruction provided by OFIA specific to COVID-19 protocols. And so that took place early in November, and our phys ed curricular documents were updated to reflect COVID-19 protocols and to follow, it's consistent with the protocols that we would follow in school, and in addition to protocols that would take place in remote learning.
Thank you, Superintendent Bakaich. I am going to now take this to a recorded vote. Thank you both. Trustee Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa? Okay.
Madam Chair, would you come back to me, please?
Trustee Duart?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
I'm going to abstain, actually. Thank you.
Trustee O'Hearn-Zernota?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Intomasi?
Against.
Trustee DeRosa?
Opposed.
Trustee Goubert?
In favor.
Trustee Kelly? Trustee Kelly, are you still with us? She might be having mic issues. Trustee Kelly, can you type in the chat group? Okay, I think we might have lost her. So the policy will be presented to the next board meeting. I'm just going to remind trustees if we can please wait to be recognized so that everybody can hear what is happening and the questions can be heard and answers can be given, and that we just follow through with that. Thank you. Moving on to item.
Madam Chair, could you also remind trustees to please only use the chat box or hands up? Thank you.
Moving on to item 4.2, policy II-33, safe arrival at school program. Can I have someone move that the policy committee recommends that policy II-33, safe arrival at school program, be forwarded along with amendments to the April 20th, 2021 regular board meeting for approval? Okay, I heard like 3 people. Can we try that again?
Trustee Agnew?
Trustee Agnew moved, seconded by?
Duarte.
Trustee Duarte. Thank you. Superintendent Bakait, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. This evening, I'll provide for consideration of the Policy Committee revisions to Policy II-33, Safe Arrival at School Program, as recommended by staff. The policy was reviewed as part of the regular policy review cycle. You'll notice minor changes that have been made to the policy, which include adding references. The references are the legislation that informs the policy, and they've been added for consistency. You'll also notice that there's been clarifying language added to principles and requirements, and that language reflects the provincial legislation that requires school boards to recognize students as adults when they reach the age of 18 and over, and as such, they're responsible for their own attendance. In addition to that, students who are 16 or 17 and who have withdrawn from parental control are treated similarly to students who are 18 and over. So that information has been added for consistency as well with our practices in the board. And I'm happy to take any questions that trustees may have.
Thank you, Superintendent Bakait. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just noticed that when I was scrolling through some of the references that there were no hyperlinks, and I'm just wondering if that will be provided in the final copy. So the Age of Majority Act or the PPM 123.
Yeah, my apologies, Trustee Carabella. They were working. I did have some technical difficulties with my computer in the document, so they were working and they will be added, yes.
Okay, and then just to follow up, many times now we're adding like the Education Act, and I think this particular policy is pretty specific on a certain area. I was wondering if it could just be made easier for anybody who wants to search the Ed Act for arrivals, that it has the section.
Yes, thank you. And that we can't, it actually is hyperlinked, Trustee Carabella, to Chapter 28 is the amendment to the Ed Act, which is the pupil learning to the age of 18 and equivalent learning. So that's where the link does go to when it's working. So my apologies that it's not working.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Trustee O'Hearn-Jornota, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Superintendent Bakach. I just really wanted to speak to the program itself. I know in my household, when my children were at high school, I would get an email, a phone call. I was expecting birds or drones to drop by to tell me that someone's missed their class. So this program works very well, and these revisions seem logical, so I'll be approving it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other questions? Just give me a second here. I see there's a hand up. Is that you, Trustee Antomasi? It's not letting me.
It is me, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to Superintendent Bakait. Again, safe arrival at school program. was altered back in May 2020 to deal with the protocols as they relate to COVID-19. Since then, there has been some other updates as to the procedures, changes, and I was wondering, given that the links did not work, where do we give reference to that in this particular policy?
Superintendent Bakaich, do you understand the question?
Yeah, yes, I do. So Trustee Yantomasi, the protocols for in this context with COVID-19, we still follow the Safe Arrival Program protocols whereby parents are required, and I can go into more specifics with the procedure, but parents are required, as are the students over 18 and et cetera, the students who are withdrawn from parental control, to notify the school of absence, and that would be through the school messenger system. So regardless of COVID, they are still required to follow that mandate. And then the procedures are such that the school responds if they haven't received notification of the absences.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Do you have a follow-up, Trustee Intomasi? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so Superintendent Bakaich, the reason I relay it back to COVID-19 is because we know that the Safe Arrival Program also is dependent on whether or not somebody attends school, but also if there's a reported case of somebody having been on the school bus and/or the procedures and protocols that relate to when the child enters in the school. It is my understanding, and based on the research that I've done, that other school boards have a holding area. That holding area strikes a brand new reporting cycle whereby the principal or somebody that's in charge takes over and the reporting is completely different. It's not the same reporting protocols that we offer either via, our, phone in and so on.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, too. In response, Trustee Yantomasi, so I'm not really sure what you mean by a holding area. When it comes to COVID, the self-screening protocol takes precedence. So in the event that a student is reported as requiring self-isolation, then we follow the protocol for a COVID screening. The student will be marked absent, and then the report follows through public health, et cetera. So I'm not sure if that answers your question in the sense that if a student is absent due to illness, it's reported. If a student is absent due to suspicion of COVID related absence, then the COVID protocol takes over.
Okay, but
Thank you.
I was
Super. Thank you, Superintendent Bakaich. Is there any other questions? Okay, so we're going to take it to a recorded vote. Trustee DeRosa?
I'm opposed, Madam Chair.
Trustee Dewar?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Giornota?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Intomasi?
Point of order before I give you my vote, Madam Chair. What reading are we on this particular policy?
I'm sorry, what are you asking? This is, we're
Asking, this is updated. This is the first reading, correct? The only reading.
This is the only reading.
Thank you.
It's already an existing policy. It's not a new policy. How do you vote, Trustee Intomasi?
Against.
Thank you. Trustee Goubert?
In favor.
Trustee Kelly?
In favor.
Trustee Agnew? I know she was having issues with her. I'm going to give her a second and then we'll move on. Okay. We're going to, I don't think she's on. Oh, no, she sent a message. She's in favor. She's having difficulties with the chat box and her computer at the moment. So that being said, 2 opposed, the remainder in favor. The policy will be sent to the next board meeting. Moving on to item 4.3. This is policy I-34. B, reimbursement of board business expenses for trustees and external members of board committees. Can I have someone move that the policy committee recommends that policy I-34B, reimbursement of board business expenses for trustees and external members of board committees, be forwarded to the April 20th, 2021 regular board meeting for approval?
O'Brien.
Trustee O'Brien moves, seconded by
O'Hearn Chernota.
Trustee O'Hearn Chernota. Thank you. Chernota. I always do that. Sorry, Trustee O'Hearn. That being said, Superintendent Lofts, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. As you'll see in front of you, have the copy of what we have proposed changes or amendments to our current policy for trustee reimbursement. Now, maybe I'm just going to go through. There's been some word changes here and there, and there's cleaning up of language, but I think I'm going to just go through the policy and kind of look more at the items that we had changed and are asking for trustee feedback on these proposed changes. We added a couple of lines under the principal section. Personal expenses are not permitted. Expenses related to political activities or reimbursements or at events are not reimbursed, and the board assumes no obligation to reimburse expenses that do not comply with this policy. So essentially, these are just more broad-based, typical kind of principles we have with respect to this policy. Now I'm going to look more, if we can scroll down just a little bit. I'm not sure who's driving down to where it says technology. It's number 1 now. It has a 1 beside it. There we go. So we added a few more clarifying points in this area because we thought maybe it might have been a little old or outdated as far as the wording. So we've added, you can see that every trustee will receive a laptop at the start of their term. They would be responsible for returning that laptop either at the end of their term or if they resign from the board. When you enter into a new, let's say a new term, there would be the possibility or the probability of reissuing another laptop, which kind of coincides with our refresh policy at the board anyways. We also clarified with respect to student trustees that a cellular device will not be provided to student trustees. And the reason for that is student trustees have a term of 1 year versus the trustees of 4 years. So we kind of just clarify that because it was almost, the previous wording really didn't speak directly to it and almost inferred to it. So we added that wording to the policy. Part number 2, previously it was actually under part number 12 where it just said trustees will have a $3,000 expense limit budget for their out-of-pocket expenses. Well, we added this section in just for more clarification. Although if you look in the EFIS and the GSNs, which is calculated through EFIS, there's a section in there that says that the trustee has $5,000 per trustee, and there's an additional amount for chair and vice chair. But as we've seen in the past from past boards, this was limited to $3,000 per trustee. And as you know, typically trustees do not spend their full amount in the past. These funds have been utilized, however, the excess funds, to cover such things as cell phone, mileage, professional development, board-approved conferences like the OXTA AGM, the ICE Symposium, CCSTA, as well as our parliamentarian and legal fees. So these expenses haven't been broken down individually. They're more grouped together, and they're not charged against the $3,000 budget line. We've also added a line item in there. Previously, it said something to the effect that please see the trustee expense guidelines from November 8th, 2011. We've changed that now to trustee expense guidelines as Appendix A. So we just thought we'd probably just clarify that a little bit more, given that it's almost 10 years ago from when the last November 8th, 2011 was put in there. Professional development. Now I'm going to kind of skip down to professional development, which is number 8, which is an addition. Oh, there we go. Professional development and conference fees. This is not part of the $3,000 we talked about before, but we have used this to cover legal fees, membership fees. This is where we have the OXTA kind of comes out, parliamentarian. A large part of those fees come out of that. But again, I'll stress, this is not part of the $3,000 per trustee limit. Scrolling down a little bit further to number 10. We haven't really changed this too much, other than the fact that we just kind of clarified that this $75 per day includes tax and gratuity. And we added a cap of gratuities of 15%, which wasn't there before. I didn't really speak to it before. Just below that, we have point number 11, telephone calls. We kind of outlined the eligible expenses, and we added a section in there, and if there's any out-of-country charges, it needs to be approved by the chair of the board. So that takes care of that one. We added a new one, number 15, if you can just scroll down to number 15. This is on donations. Now, this is donations made individually. So we added this in that not to, that essentially that we won't be reimbursing for donations made on individual trustee. Having said that, if it's a resolution by board, it could be considered. Now, that doesn't include part of exception A, or exception A, appendix A, where we say that events such as support of HCCF, or formerly known as HCCEF, will be permitted. Now, the last one is, we scroll down there, it's number 16. There we go. Now, this relates to our yearly reporting of our fees or our expenses that the trustees have, and we report on a yearly basis. Now, for whatever reason, the membership fees and honorarium was not included. So we added those two items to this. We're not sure why it was never included originally, but we added those two items as well to kind of get it all encompassing view of the expenses. And then, like I said before, Appendix A, there really wasn't too many changes there other than updating the name change of HCCEF to HCCF, as well as removing something that's no longer applicable. I believe that clarifies at least the rationale as to why these changes were made. If there's any questions relating to this.
Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. So we've got quite the lineup here. So I have Trustee O'Brien, then Trustee Duart, then Trustee Intomasi, Trustee O'Hearn-Chernota, then Trustee DeRosa, and Trustee Carabella. So we will start with Trustee O'Brien. You have the floor.
Thank you through Madam Chair. I'd like to bring out with my esteemed fellow trustees the section on meals at conferences. And it is not covered presently, nor as it hasn't been since we've been in term. And I'm wondering about that. I've been to 2 conferences, and these conferences are excellent opportunities to learn, to really get a lot of good information. But they're quite intense. The schedule is very full, and the time for networking doesn't really come, I find, until that meal, that big banquet. And I feel that the networking is really important, especially as young trustees, or at least new trustees, to be at that meal, to meet other trustees from other boards. And I was kind of surprised even from the beginning that it wasn't included in our fees. So I'm really hoping that you'll support me in having that removed off the does not cover list and having it covered. So I just put it out to other trustees, see what you think of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. I'll allow other trustees to comment should they wish to. Moving on to Trustee Duart.
Through you, Madam Chair. Question here on item under technology, the out-of-pocket business expenses. To Superintendent Loft, if the Education Act specifies that trustees can expense up to $5,000, and we are actually getting $5,000, why did we limit this? It may be something from the past, but I would like to throw it out there to trustees that if we are getting that money, trustees should be eligible for that and to utilize. Superintendent Loft, could you comment on that? And then I'd like to throw it to the trustees.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. It's not so much, Trustee Duart, that it's funded for that. That's how our funding is generated. If you add up all our funding that the trustee generate through Section 10 of the EFA schedule, the costs outweigh the actual total funding to what we have as an expense to the board versus the actual funding. So similar to other areas of the GSN, you can see that the $3,000, when you start including the mileage, parliamentarian, PD, that's supposed to be coming out of that $5,000 per trustee. Currently, it's being covered in a central area. It's relating to the trustees, but it's not coming out of your $3,000 per trustee expense account. So even though it's saying $5,000, there still is expenses the board is covering over and above the $3,000 that where we would get the funding from would be part of that $5,000 per trustee. I'm not sure if that makes sense at all.
Yes, it does. I'll accept that. Thank you.
Okay, and Trustee Duart, in regards to your hearing from other trustees, they have the floor if they wish to respond or to comment on that or make some changes. As I said, to the same to Trustee O'Brien, they're more than welcome to do that. Okay. Do you have a follow-up question?
No, I'll go back in the queue later. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor.
I pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee O'Hearn-Chernotta, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So just a very quick thing to Superintendent Lofts. If I had an asset such as technology, the point under point 1 technology, when it says all items must be returned, you might want to give us a time frame. Must be returned within 2 weeks of office or something like that, just to make sure that we all return our technology in a swift manner and you're not chasing us. I'm not saying that could happen, but I'm just thinking maybe that's a proposal.
Superintendent Lofts, was there thought put behind that there should be a time frame put with that, or and that you decided not to put that in?
We did. We just thought it might be a sign of good faith not to put it in the actual timeline. So sorry, through Madam Chair, I do appreciate the sentiments, Trustee O'Hearn-Chernotta. And I definitely can put it in. If it's will of the board, I can definitely put something like that in. Yeah, I guess that's all I have on that. But thank you.
And I can only speak for myself. I would not be offended. It would actually help me and it give me a sense to bring it back on time. So you're not chasing me. I would not be offended by that personally myself at all. Through you, Madam Chair, can I just ask Trustee O'Brien a question about his comment?
Absolutely.
Awesome. So Trustee O'Brien, you mentioned about the meals at the conference, and it's been so long since we've been to a conference, but those meals that are provided are paid within the conference fees, if I'm not mistaken. So normal business processes, if the meals are provided, that we shouldn't be paid any more to go have a meal somewhere else. Or am I confusing what you're talking about?
Thank you. May I respond to that, Madam Chair?
Sorry, yes, through you. Yes, Trustee O'Brien, go ahead.
Good question, Trustee O'Hearn-Chernotta. I was thinking about the banquet. Am I wrong in thinking that we do pay for that? It was my understanding we did. And please correct me with the fellow trustees if I am wrong.
That's incorrect, Trustee O'Brien. The attendance that we pay, the amount that we pay to go to the conference automatically includes the dinner unless you opt out of it. And that's covered under your expense.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Trustee O'Hearn-Chernotta. Next, we have Trustee DeRosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do admit that I am somewhat still a little bit nebulous and confused as to what is allowed, what's not allowed. But I will ask a direct question, and hopefully I can get a clear answer. The $3,000, what can I use it for? And because I don't have a clear answer in my head what that is used for and what we're allowed to spend. And it may be 5, it may be 3, I don't know. I won't argue that point. I'll let you be the judge of that. But at this point, I still don't know whether this policy gives me accurate direction as to what to spend the $3,000 for. I may want to suggest that we may want to define and list what is acceptable and contained within that $3,000. I would also like Superintendent Loft. I heard HCCF or H. Are we referring to the charity here? Thank
Yes,
you.
He was, Trustee DeRosa.
He was referring to the charity. So,
yes.
Madam Chair, I will make a comment to that effect, if I may.
You may. Do you want your question answered first?
No, I'll make the comment, then I'll wait for the answer on everything. Okay. So here's my comment on HCCF. From what I understand, HCCF is a separate corporate charitable entity that I think is highly related and very close to HCDSB for understandable reasons. But it also is expected to raise funds externally. And I think they do that. I don't know what proportion of the revenue comes directly from HCDSB versus outside fundraising activities. But am I understanding correctly that if I wanted to give as a trustee a $3,000 donation to a yet to be defined charity, which may be related or unrelated to HCDSB, I can do that? Is this what this policy is trying to advance? Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Superintendent Lofts, did you get the questions that he's asked? He's asked in regards to defining, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trustee DeRosa, defining what the 3,000, like the eligible expenses for the 3 or 5,000, whatever, is determined, defining what those expenses are for trustees. And then the other question is that he's asking if we can utilize an undefined amount to the I always get the acronym wrong, HCCEF. Thank you.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, maybe I'll start with the first part first, or the first section of the question first, asking what's an eligible expense. So Trustee DeRosa, it's essentially your office supplies, going to a conference that may be outside of the ones that are already paid for by the board. You may have a separate conference that you wish to go to that isn't necessarily covered under those 3 that we mentioned earlier. Those would be some other examples, but those are the big ones. And any kind of, I guess even like periodicals, things that you need to do your role from a business standpoint, from an office standpoint as a trustee. As we mentioned before, mileage, cell phones, things like that, insurance, we don't include that coming out of your $3,000 per trustee. That's being held centrally. It's still a cost that the trustees incur. We just don't charge it individually. And that's partly due to fairness as well. Given that we're a large geographical board, it wouldn't necessarily be fair to allocate the same amount of funding to all our trustees, knowing that some come from up to 45 minutes to close to an hour away, whereas some other trustees live very close to the education center. So hopefully that answers that part of the question. The second part is, no, it's not necessarily to use your $3,000 for a donation. What that refers more to is in the Appendix A, where it identifies certain functions that it can support. And I know in the past it's been the Bishop's Dinner is one that comes to mind, where it's a function, not necessarily a donation, Trustee DeRosa, but more of a function that's listed in Appendix A relating to the HCCF. And again, this was something that was created back in 2011 by the trustees. So if there is a change requested for that, it definitely can be implemented.
Well, may I have my follow-up, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. Do you have, yes, you can go ahead with your follow-up question, Trustee DeRosa.
So I think what I'm understanding is that the $3,000 is essentially, spend out of it to operate, to be able to, carry out your role. I'm wondering specifically whether that would encompass some minor, some legal fees within those limits, or some parliamentarian fees, or in other words, expenses that are incurred for the purpose of carrying out a trustee's role. And that's, I'm looking to clarify that. With respect to HCCF, again, the acronym, like Chair Guzzo, I have a problem with that, knowing that whether it's HCF or HCCF, regardless. I'm trying to see if we have an arm's length relationship with HCCF. If we have an arm's length relationship and it's an approved charity, that would address the ability to give donations out of the $3,000 in a particular way. If we are not in an arm's length relationship because of the amount of business that HCCF, or the amount of fundraising that HCCF does within the school community, that is a different set of circumstances. So can I write a check for $100 out of the $3,000 to donate to HCCF without breaking any rules? I guess is the other way I can ask that question.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Superintendent Lofts, I think the question is pretty clear.
It is. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to refer back to the Appendix A, and it's under board-related business. It does say in events in support of Halton Catholic Children's Foundation, and it's optional. So it's events in support of, not necessarily a blank, or not a blank check, but a monetary value donation. It's more of a function is how I'm reading it. Again, and just to clarify, it is definitely a separate entity to the board, Trustee DeRosa. It is not part of our school board.
But nonetheless, we go through the trouble of including it in our policy. So I think we're sort of trying to talk from both sides of our mouth in this particular thing. I'm still confused as to whether why would we not add another charity as well that might be perfectly acceptable other than HCF. So this is the issue I bring up is. I'm confused as to whether I can write a check for $100 or not to HCF without breaking any rules.
So Trustee DeRosa, I think the answer was no, you can't write a check. However, are you suggesting that?
Madam Chair, I would like Superintendent Loft to give me an answer, please. Respectfully to you, and I always appreciate your guidance, but I would like for my question to be answered by Superintendent Loft. Thank you very much.
Superintendent Lofts, would you like to answer the question again in regards to the $100 writing a check to the Halton Catholic Children's Foundation?
Certainly, actually, through Madam Chair, I think there was two questions. The first one was, why do we support this charity when it's an arm's length, and why not other? Again, this is the trustees' policy. So we are seeing what was done in the past. We brought it forward. We didn't make changes to this area. Now, to answer your question about writing the $100, no, you cannot write a $100 check to HCCF or HCCEF, it was formerly known as.
Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. We're moving on now to Trustee Carabella. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine goes to also number 15 on donations. So it says that except when donations are made on behalf of the Board of Trustees, if approved in advance by resolution of the Board of Trustees. And I would like to discuss with my fellow trustees that we add in there if approved unanimously in advance by resolution of the Board of Trustees, so that we are all in agreement to a donation that would be given from the Board of Trustees. Or if, yeah, is that understood, or what would be good?
I think so. So you're looking to add in, except when the donations are made on behalf of trustees, if approved unanimously in advance by resolution of the Board of Trustees.
Yeah. Okay. Unanimously, or 2/3 majority, or more than a majority. I think that we would have to all be behind making a monetary donation. So I prefer unanimously.
So are you okay if I go around the table and see
Sure.
an agreement?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so
Madam Chair, point of order, please.
can you state your point of order?
My point of order that under our bylaws, you can't stipulate what can be a 2/3 majority on any given item unless you follow the procedures and protocols as per our board bylaws. You can't just arbitrarily say, okay, this particular motion, we're going to ask for 2/3 majority. You got to follow what's already in our bylaws.
Okay, I heard you, Trustee Tomasi, you've made your point. I'm going to have a look and I will make a ruling. Just give me 1 second, Trustee Carabella, okay?
Yes, and what do the bylaws? Okay, that's what you're looking. Okay.
Now, interesting enough, I'm taking a look at this, Trustee Antomasi, and I don't see where it says that it's exclusive to motions. If the board was to pass a policy and make a policy that it requires unanimous vote, and then it is subsequently passed by the board, then that technically could be followed. So I would have to say overruled. And
Whatever. Anyways, I have another point of order.
I'm sorry, Trustee Antomasi?
I said, whatever. I have another point of order.
And state your point of order, Trustee Antomasi, and I would ask that it's not acceptable.
All right, so I disagree with you because you're not reading the bylaws. Our bylaws are scripted.
Trustee Antomasi, you have the right to appeal. State your second point of order.
I'm appealing you.
No problem. You can appeal your decision. So we will take it to a vote. Trustee DeRosa.
So let me understand, Madam Chair. If I vote in favor, am I supporting Trustee Antomasi or not?
You are supporting Trustee Antomasi and stating that Trustee Carabella's, I made a ruling that if Trustee Carabella brought forward her point, which is unanimous vote, that if we were to pass it as a board, that there wouldn't be anything that would stop that from being a requirement for donations made to groups.
Yeah, I have a fundamental issue with making donations out of those funds. I don't have a problem making personal donations, so I will vote to support Trustee Antomasi. Thank you.
Trustee Dewart.
I'm opposed.
Trustee Murphy.
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Chernota.
I'm in favor.
Trustee Antomasi.
I'm in favor.
Trustee Carabella.
I don't know what's happening because it was quiet and then somebody said in favor.
Oh, okay. So you must have missed the whole conversation. I
Oh.
ruled that, so I ruled that that your change would be acceptable. That I didn't see anywhere prescribed in the bylaws that if we voted on a policy and took it to the board, that we couldn't put a requirement for a
Okay.
majority vote. Trustee Antomasi appealed it, so we're voting now on his appeal of my decision to allow it.
Okay, because I wouldn't understand what, okay, I don't know. I'm in, so I would like to keep what I'm suggesting.
So then, so what you're suggesting, Trustee Antomasi has opposed, that can't be done. I've said it can be done. So he's appealed my decision to allow you to make that change.
Well, we can verify it somehow otherwise, but okay, I'm in, I mean, I like following the rules, so oh, whatever, I don't know. Oh my gosh, I'll just vote in favor of the.
Trustee Goubert,
In favor.
Trustee Kelly,
Opposed.
Trustee Agnew. Okay, so we've got opposed, 1, 2, 3, and I'm also opposed. So 5 in favor. So sorry, Trustee Carabella, but that does, your suggestion cannot be included.
Madam Chair, I have 2 other points of order relating to the subject matter.
Can you state your point of order and what has been violated?
My point of order that is that policy committee has no jurisdictions over bylaws at this particular juncture. This thing shouldn't have even been brought to a vote. Subsequent to that, my other point of order is also that relates to whether or not we establish a policy over a nonprofit organization that's at arm's length, which we have no jurisdiction. That would put us in a conflict of interest. As such, we can't even have a policy if that particular body is at arm's length to Halton Catholic District School Board.
Thank you,
so
Trustee
Antomasi,
and however I'm going to rule on your first point of order. It's not a point of order. This is a committee of the whole. Everything that is done here is a recommendation that goes to the board. So if the board chooses not to take that recommendation or vote on it, then that's how it goes. Secondly, your second point of order in regards to a not-profit organization, trustees have the will to make recommendation to take it out of there. It's not a point of order. It's not violating anything that you have stated. Moving on.
Yes.
We have Trustee Carabella. Do you have a follow-up to your question?
Yes, thank you. I did. So that was my first question, was the unanimously. So then I wanted to ask, so when clarification about if we don't use our $3,000, what happens? So if I have 2,500 left over, where does that money go, Superintendent Lofts? Does it go to the pot of trustees for their conferences and mileage, or how does that get used?
Superintendent Lofts.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Where it goes, Trustee Carabella, is to offset some of the expenditures that we receive or that we have in addition to the revenue generated through the trustee area. Right now, the total cost is greater than the revenue brought in that area. Overall, though, maybe to answer your question, just even, so that's how it works, just specifically with your specific question on the $3,000. But overall, if we have a surplus in the board, regardless of where it comes, it does go to our bottom line. So at the end of the year, when we bring forward the surplus amount, any kind of surplus would be incorporated into that bottom line number that we bring to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Arabella, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Superintendent Law. Superintendent Law, you mentioned in Section 8 something about legal fees. Can you expand on that a little bit? What legal fees would be covered under that?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, yes, go ahead, Superintendent Law.
There's been a number of fees, fees that we've had in the past couple of years or so that have been generated from the trustee level with questions regarding different types of trustee-related matters. So it's been captured as a amount that's coming out of the central amount to trustees, not necessarily, we haven't broken it down by individual trustees. But there has been legal fees that we've incurred as a result.
Would that be like a request for legal opinion? Is that what that would be?
That is correct. Yes, that would be a request for legal opinion.
Okay, thank you.
You have a follow-up, Trustee O'Brien?
Madam.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Trustee Antomasi. Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor. Okay, I'm going to
I'm on the phone.
I'm going to move on then to Trustee Duart.
Through you, Madam Chair, I had my hand up when Trustee Carabella was talking about the word unanimous. For item number 15, donations, I think I'm very comfortable with the way the statement is put right now. It gives direction for exact use of your personal funds. Yeah, it was just a comment which I wanted to make at that point in time. I don't like the word unanimous, and I'll leave it at this. It's very good.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Duart. Trustee Carabella.
Thank you. So I just heard Superintendent Loss talk about the legal expenses. I was wondering if they could be listed in that number 16, in part of that list as well. Because I think you mentioned that you were going to be, when we do the expense for the trustees that goes on the website, that you were going to put a new category. Do I remember correctly, that a new category of legal expenses?
Through you, Madam Chair, it actually is on there as a general expense to the board as legal. Yeah, okay. No, it's there.
Okay, and do you think it could belong in this row of in the these items in number 16?
It is right now. Oh, I see. You mean like a separate item? Is it not mentioned separately? We could put it there. Yeah. Yeah, it is included right now. Anyway, it can't be an all-encompassing list, but
okay.
But really, I was just wanted to make sure the honorarium and memberships and stuff were included in that as well. But yeah, you're right. It's not there right now, but it is included. If you go check our expense reporting, it is on there right now. I can, if it's the will of the board, which I think everyone would be fine because it's already on there. I can add legal fee if everyone's in agreement to that as well.
Okay.
Trustee Carabella, do you want? Is that what you're suggesting, that we add legal? And
yes, please.
Okay. Are you okay if I ask the the trustees?
Yep. Yes, I'm fine.
Trustee Duart?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Thank you. Trustee Murphy, you okay with it?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien?
I'm fine with that, thanks.
Thank you. Trustee O'Hearn-Chernotta?
Okay by me.
Okay. Trustee Carabella, I think you're okay with it because you're putting it
yes.
forward.
Thank you.
Trustee Agnew?
Yes, it's okay with me.
Trustee DeRosa?
What am I agreeing to or opposing exactly? Would you mind?
We're doing a consensus on Trustee Carabella has suggested under item 19 that we list legal expenses as well under the summary report for expense categories.
Is that out of the $3,000?
It
yes.
is Yeah, if an individual trustee requests it, yes, it is.
So I can go out and get a legal opinion within my $3,000?
You still have to, there's still a policy that references how legal opinions are obtained. So are you agreeable? Are you agreeable? It's already part of what is listed. The question is now just actually putting it into the report.
Well, you know, I'm asking a simple question, which I'm having difficulty seeing clearly through or clearly getting an answer for. I'm not clear, so I usually don't jump in to support things that are not clear to me. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Antomasi?
I'm against. Legal expenses come from our overall legal budget, which is part of the GSN. It does not come from individual trustee honorarium on expenditures. It's in the Act.
Thank you, Trustee Antomasi. So, Trustee Kelly? Trustee Kelly? Okay, Trustee Goubert?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So
sorry, it sounds great to me as well.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Kelly. Okay, so can we make that change, Superintendent Lofts?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Can I have the clarification? Because, you know, I understand what Trustee Antomasi was just saying, that so there's a conflict between what he's saying and what Superintendent Lofts just said, that we can use part of our $3,000 for legal advice if we follow the guidelines for getting legal advice, or when we follow guidelines and get legal advice, does that come from the what Trustee Antomasi was referring to, the overall bigger legal expense fund?
Superintendent Lofts, can you respond to that?
Yes, certainly, through Madam Chair. Actually, it wasn't coming out of Trustee Carabella, the individual $3,000 amount. Where we did it this year, because this is something we really haven't had before, we added it as a general line, so it wasn't necessarily attributed to any individual trustee. It came out of a general line. So it was not part of the $3,000 per trustee. It's in a general line, just like mileage and cell phone and such.
Okay, but then this particular part of number 16 is about our particular $3,000 expenses, isn't it not?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's not. It's, if you look at how we report all the expenses, we have the full 3,000 at the top, then we have the board expenses. So it would be our cell phone, conferences, mileage, things like that. What it doesn't currently have is your honorarium. So your honorarium would be far and above $3,000 per year, as well as membership fees. It doesn't currently have the membership fees on there as well. So when we do that report, it's separated out from the $3,000. So from $3,000, you'd have your office expenses and things like that. From the general expenses of the board account, we would have cell phone, mileage, conferences that are covered under Appendix A, legal, consulting, things like that, insurance. So it's not part of the $3,000. What that's saying there in point 16 is to include honorarium and membership fees in there, as well as all the other stuff that we have.
So I need to apologize, Superintendent Lofts and Trustee Carabella. That was my fault. I misrepresented that. I said that it was part of the 3,000, and it's not. It's part of the, so.
Okay. Okay, so that, okay, yes, so it can be there.
Okay. Well, so so there's a consensus. So Superintendent Lofts, are we okay to add that in?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we are. I guess it is to you. It's for you, Madam.
Bella, do you have a follow-up question?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have Trustee DeRosa.
Madam Chair, again, I'm what would appear to be a relatively simple way to account for trustees' expenses appears to me extremely convoluted. I recall at some point in time asking that all of the trustee expenses, whether they are within the $3,000 or sprinkled all across the rest of the chart of accounts, that they all be put in one place for budget purposes, so that we can all understand what the Board of Trustees actually has available, what monies are used from the government and received from the government to fund it, and then to monitor against a specific plan. I would suggest to you that this policy still perpetuates the confusion moving forward, and I cannot, and although I do want to support something like this, the lack of clarity for it, and I am I am an accountant at the end of the day, or this is something that I know what would be the difficulty in writing up a policy that says you separate and gather all of the trustees' expenses in one place and then monitor against that particular budget. I don't understand why we're not doing this. So as it sits, I can't support it because I'm more confused now than I was before I heard this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. I think that's it for questions. So we'll take the policy to a vote. Oh, Superintendent Lofts.
Yes, thank you through Madam Chair. I'd just like to address Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, that's exactly what we're doing. I too am a CPA, and that is what we are doing. Is the two items that were missing from that were the honorarium and the membership fee. That is what is being added on there. The legal expense is already on there. If you were to look at what we sent out, it's on our website actually right now. It'll have the legal fee already there. So what Trustee Carabella was just actually asking for was just to put it in writing, but we already have that there. So really what the main intent of Part 16 was to give that full picture, was to include the honorarium, the membership fees. That is what we've added on to that area. So to answer your question, that's exactly what we're doing and the reason why we put it in there.
Well,
okay, thank you.
Chair, may I respond, Madam Chair?
No, actually, Trustee DeRosa, we've already had comments and gone on about this, and everybody's had an opportunity. If you have a question, you can ask a question, but we're going to move on at this point.
So I have my supplemental question, right? Are you giving me the opportunity to ask another question, ma'am?
You have if you have a question, yes, I stated you can ask a question.
So my question is there any way this policy can be simplified to reflect what the assurances that the Superintendent Loft has just given us? Because as it stands, it's not clear. Thank you.
So your question is, can this policy?
I thought I was clear on my question.
I'm just clarifying.
Can the policy be modified to reflect what he's actually said? So thank you.
Superintendent Lofts, would you like to respond to that?
Certainly, through Madam Chair, what we could do is just change the wording then to every expense attributed to a trustee. If that's all encompassing, again, if it's the will of the board, that's the only way. Like, we can't anticipate every expenditure that could be coming down, but I think if we have it
related expenses, no matter where they are in the chart of accounts, put them all together so that we can see the totality of the expenses that relate to trustees. And then at some point in time, develop an appropriate budget for it so that we can report.
Trustee DeRosa, is that your suggestion? I'll ask around the table if they are okay with making those changes that you've suggested. Trustee DeRosa.
I'm in favor, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Trustee Dewart.
I like it the way it is. I'm opposed.
Thank you. Trustee Murphy.
Can I ask Superintendent Lofts a clarifying question? So my understanding is that your report will capture all trustee expenses. Is that correct or not?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's completely the intent. That's why we added in the honorarium and the two things that we're missing. There are two not relative. They are two very large expenditures that weren't included, and we didn't know why. So we thought we'd put that in and make sure we bring it to a trustee's attention that that's what we're doing, and to see if there's any reason that we didn't know of to why it wasn't included. So that is exactly it. Trustee Murphy was to put in all the expenses that are being captured. But
okay,
yeah.
Sorry. So I'm fine with the report if it captures all the expenses.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustee O'Brien?
Point of privilege. Can I just get a clarification from Trustee DeRosa? What exactly are you asking us to change? Because I'm just a bit confused about what I'm voting on.
Trustee DeRosa, what is your suggested change? So Trustee O'Brien, my understanding is he wants to pull out all the prescribed trustee expenses into a different and simplify it, is what he's asking. So he's asking for the policy to be simplified.
So that every single trustee shows their expenses, correct?
I'm not sure.
So, can you come back to me? If he comes back, I'll ask. Yeah. Otherwise, I will just vote. But can you just come back to me, please?
Yep. Trustee O'Hearn-Zernota.
I'm in favor the way it is. It shows everything we need to know. Thank you.
You, Trustee Antomasi.
Against.
Against changing it?
I'm in favor. No, I'm against changing it. Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Carabella?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Trustee Goubert?
I'm fine with the way it is.
Okay. Trustee Kelly?
Opposed to changing.
Okay. Trustee Agnew?
I'm opposed to changing.
Okay, I'm also opposed to changing it. So Trustee DeRosa, Trustee O'Brien, even with that, it doesn't look like there's a consensus to change it. So.
Okay.
Okay, is that okay?
I will oppose. I'm going to abstain.
Okay. It's not an official vote. It's a consensus on making the changes to the policy. So, okay, that being said, we don't have any, Director Daly had his hand up, and I apologize because I didn't see it. Director Daly, you have the floor.
I just wanted to ask actually a clarifying question of Superintendent Lofts, if I could. Aaron, is the report that you're suggesting under number 16, the trustee expense report that you forwarded to trustees on March 16th? Is that what you're talking about posting?
Through you, Madam Chair. It's Pat or Director Daly. It's actually the report that we do on a yearly basis. So we do it so that one that we forwarded back in March, I believe it was March 16th, and we put it on our website. It's those expenses up to and the end of August of 2020. So it's our expenses for the whole year that were captured. We changed our website around a bit, so we changed the location of it, but it's on there like it is every other year that we put up. So it's our expenses that we do. We capture once a year. We do our year end, and then we put the expenses up after our audited year end.
Okay, thank you. Because I'd suggest that I mean, the mid-year one you did probably captures, I would think, everything that's listed there and probably what additionally trustees were looking for. But thanks for the clarification, Aaron.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Director Daly. Okay, so we're going to go to a vote on this policy. I'm presenting it with the one change that was agreed to, with the addition of legal expenses under item 16. Correct? I think that passed now. I'm lost for where I'm at. So we'll start with Trustee Agnew.
I am in favor of this policy.
Trustee DeRosa?
I'm opposed.
Trustee Duart?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi,
Opposed.
Trustee O'Hearn Chernota,
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien,
Opposed.
Trustee Carabella,
In favor.
Trustee Goobert,
In favor.
Trustee Kelly.
In favor.
I am also in favor. So the policy will be presented to the next board meeting. Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. Moving on to policy I-40, performance appraisal of Director of Education. Can I have a motion that the policy committee recommends that policy I-40, performance appraisal of Director of Education, be forwarded to the April 20th, 21 regular board meeting for approval?
Murphy.
And O'Brien.
Okay, so moved by Trustee Murphy, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. And this is brought forward by Trustees Dewart and Trustee Murphy. And I will hand the floor over to both, or one first and the other.
Murphy.
You want me to start? Okay.
Yeah. Start and don't stop.
Okay. Yeah. Usually I let you start because I end up stealing everybody's thunder. Basically, we talked about this previously. We had gone through 2 director appraisals. Here, I'll let you see me, so you can tell I'm not lying. We've gone through 2 directors appraisals, and we found them a bit challenging in the format they are. We need to do a full review. Trustee Carabella and myself were at a seminar, and we found it very, I don't want to speak for you, Trustee Carabella, but we found it very enlightening, and there's a lot we can do working with a consultant. Time doesn't permit or doesn't allow us to do that, so we wanted to make just some basic changes that would make it very easy for us, and then at a later date we can move a motion to strike a committee to look at whether we want to bring a consultant in or not to review this. But basically, the only changes we're making are in Appendix A, and it's just giving us a broader scale to be able to evaluate. There was always discussions whether you can write a 2.1 or what have you. In this case, we're just asking for whole numbers, 1 to 5. So I'll open up if there's any questions.
Just to add one more thing to you, Madam Chair. So basically, yes, I was at that conference too, and different boards do the director's appraisal differently, and I think it's a continuously evolving process, which is fine-tuned every single time, or maybe a couple of years. It depends if you want to go to a consultant or not. But in this particular case, it was just to make it easier on all. I don't want to quote the past, but we're just trying to prevent going to numbers in between, for example, 2.5 or 3.5. So just to smoothen out the scale and give everybody a fair chance of rating the director. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I was going to say through you, Mr. Chair. Can you tell I feel like I'm at the wrong meeting tonight.
Sorry, did I say Mr. Chair? Okay,
I said no.
My apologies.
For you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Trustees Dewart and Murphy. We'll open the floor up to questions. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor, and followed by Trustee Antomasi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would happily support the strengthening and the ability to come up with a better review, a tool, guidelines that would allow us to enhance the evaluation. What concerns me, though, is, and I'm not sure exactly the criteria, how it was developed, and maybe it's just something that we've inherited and we keep perpetuating forward. The simple act of expanding the evaluation criteria might look simple, but these criterias and the performance evaluation methodologies, that's a whole science in itself. And I'm a little bit reluctant in summarily allowing for these new categories to allow without at least some reference to somebody, an expert, to see exactly what we're doing, because ultimately those categories have to be defined and they need to be defined properly. And that's where the difficulties come up. It's okay to split three categories to 5, but then we're faced with the added burden to define what those new categories really encompass. And that's where we're going to run into trouble. So that's my 2 cents on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor.
Could I comment on that just to give more context? So this rating scale that we have put forward, which is acceptable, below expectations, meet expectations, exceeds expectations, and outstanding. Basically, that was presented in the seminar, and this is what Waterloo Catholic does. So we're not splitting categories. The categories are the same. We're increasing the scale to make it easier. The reality is nobody's performance is generally 33%. Nobody's performance generally is 67%, and nobody's performance is 100%. So if you have 3 numbers, that's the reality of what you have to pick for.
So may I have my follow-up on that, Madam Chair? Just a question.
Sure. Yep.
So if these categories were, if we took the lead from other boards on this, would they have the definitions? That might simplify things a little bit.
Yeah, they might. We can ask them. It was done through, I'm going to get the acronym wrong, but it was, they got the assistance of the Ontario Services Committee. Pat, I don't know if you can help me out. I always get that acronym wrong. Yeah, that's it. The OESC. So they have consultants who do that. I think we might have the slide deck, so I could probably forward that. I could probably circulate that if we have it. If not, I'm sure we can get it.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Chair Murphy. I appreciate you wanting to expand the grading, but what you're telling me here in the grade, well, first of all, let me go back a step. Currently, we have policy I-45. Policy I-45 is not relevant to the current multi-year strategic plan. So the performance appraisal is indicative of and responds to the multi-year strategic plan. Our multi-year strategic plan goes back to 2013. The current, what I used last year, is directly attributable to the format that was given out by the ministry for the 2013-2017 plan. We're not looking at the new for 2017 plan. What Kitchener-Waterloo or Waterloo has, they're under the current 4-year plan, and their marking reflects that. We can't import, I mean, we can do whatever we want, but we shouldn't be importing a 5 scale with something that doesn't work towards our multi-year strategic plan. Notwithstanding that, what you're now saying that if you give somebody 1, you're automatically starting with a 20%. You're not putting in there the capacity to be able to say, hey, you know what? In this particular category, our secretary has not fulfilled even the basic requirement. You're giving marks for doing nothing. There is no testing in the school system that starts with giving students 20% without doing anything. Thank you.
No comment.
I was going to say, I don't think there was a question there, Trustee Murphy, so we'll move on to.
There were 3 questions rolled into my comment.
Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Trustee Antomasi. I'm going to think about what you said, being a teacher myself. Question to Trustee Duarte and Trustee Carabella. You mentioned you were at this seminar and there got a lot of great ideas. Can you tell us about some of those things that we just don't have time to implement this year?
Trustee O'Brien, I can speak, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Trustee Duarte.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So to Trustee O'Brien, so this is a process. The board has worked with the consulting company and it has been a process. It takes time. to develop that particular process. In our situation, we don't, if it's a will of the board and our trustees want to go that way, we should start that process, but it will take us 6 to 8 months, maybe more. But that's a different road we want to go through. But in the short term, this is kind of a band-aid fix for the upcoming director's evaluation. And we just try to smoothen the scale so that we can all make a good judgment. But to answer your question, yes, if we want to go down that path, let's make a decision to get a consultant and do a good job on this entire policy.
Do you have a follow-up, Trustee O'Brien?
So a consultant, anything there about getting feedback from staff or anything?
Yes.
Maybe Trustee Carabella, you can jump in on that.
Carabella can answer that. Trustee.
Yes, thank you. That was one of the points I really liked because they did get community feedback, staff feedback, because there are some questions on the performance appraisal that honestly, I don't know, because it would be staff or it would be the community that would need to weigh in on those. So I really like that aspect, and that would require more time, which is not possible this year, but hopefully we can implement that. I thought that was a really good idea.
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. So we're going to,
okay.
Sorry.
I'll go back in the queue because my next question is not related, but
okay.
I'll jump back in the queue. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Trustee O'Brien. Trustee Ahern-Ternota, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, and to Trustee Murphy and Trustee Duarte. I'm going to speak in support of the increasing the values based upon, through my entire career, about 28 years, performance appraisals have been key in my job function. And always in those performance functions, do they have a value of 1 to 5? On that note, I think Trustee DeRosa spoke to maybe a bit of a definition of what would be deemed unacceptable or exceeding expectations. So I've also seen that to help people, you know, decide between 1 and 5, where do they rate the individual. So I'm completely in favor of the 1 to 5 model. Also, Trustee Carabella, in my past history, what you're referring to, and I agree with you full-heartedly, it's called a 360-degree review. So you go after people that your staff that you work for and you say to them, hey, you know what, how am I doing? That kind of thing. So I completely support that suggestion also when there's time to do it. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Ahern-Ternota.
Can I add one comment, just building on what Trustee Ahern-Ternota said? In some of the boards, what they do is they base the evaluation on the year of the contract for the Director of Education. So when it's coming to a year before the end of his contract, that's when they do the 360 review. So it's kind of an interesting concept, I thought.
Okay. Trustee, where are we? Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Yes, my comment is, or my question is about taking away the unknown. Because as it stands this year, I think we still need it because we won't have that 360 or that community. And there are some questions there that will be unknown to me. So I do want some category. Maybe it's like none of the above. Is there anyone would like to comment on that?
I agree, Trustee Carabella. We should probably have it as not applicable or something along those lines. But yes, if there is something that we really wouldn't have the ability to answer, for example, interacting with subordinates, well, we don't necessarily see that. So I agree with your point. I think we should change that and put something there, whatever we want to call it. We can come up with that idea.
Or maybe add number 6 there. I don't know.
Well, it's a null. It's basically what you're saying is I have no answer because either I don't have the information or it's not pertinent. It's not applicable. Right.
I think the point is that it wouldn't have a rating, right? If it's not applicable,
right.
It doesn't apply to the. It's
right.
A number.
It's null. Right.
Can I jump in here?
I'm
not recognizing.
If it's in regards to this, I think if Trustee Carabella is okay with that, I think she's asked us as trustees to kind of comment on.
Yes, thank you.
I'm I can hear what Trustee Carabella is saying. The only problem is, okay, say Trustee Carabella doesn't rate the one on relating to subordinates. If she doesn't and Trustee Duarte doesn't, it does kind of throw off the criteria. And I'm not saying that she can comment on it, but there's a bit of a lack of consistency in the whole approach. And I know there's a balance here. I'm just throwing this out. Maybe we should decide, are there things here we can just not all comment on? Because otherwise you get one trustee commenting on one thing if the rest don't feel comfortable with it. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of taking out the unknown. Maybe it'll give us motivation to go out and find those answers. So I'm a little bit against that.
Okay. Am I okay to weigh in, Trustee Carabella, on your thoughts? And
yes,
just
absolutely.
I think how do we even have those questions on the appraisal if we can't answer them? They shouldn't be there. Then we shouldn't even be putting that to. And if we don't have the answers to that, then us as trustees are at fault for not being able to get the answers, right? How do we, if we need to do the appraisal and we need to answer these questions, then we should be securing the answers to them, or at least make sure that we have the information in front of us, because we shouldn't have an unknown or a non-applicable on here. So I kind of agree with you, and I kind of agree with Trustee O'Brien, because it doesn't make any sense. So if nobody else has any other comments, Trustee Carabella, do you have a follow-up? Or
I have my hand up, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Antomasi.
Go ahead, Trustee Antomasi. You're weighing in on Trustee Carabella's question.
I'm weighing in on the question with my own question. The purpose of the 360 yearly, not at the end of a term of the secretary, is what provides you the information that trustees can't input into the current report or appraisal. The purpose of the 360 is to provide you the input from a third party that you can incorporate jointly into your appraisal of the director.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Antomasi. Trustee Carabella, did you have a follow-up question?
I wasn't finished, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Trustee Antomasi, she's not talking about the 360 at this point. She's talking about the unknowns.
She's talking about the information that's not collected that comes from the 360. It's all joined together.
Because that 360 would be providing the information we need.
Exactly, thank you.
On a yearly basis, because it's a yearly basis evaluation.
You have a follow-up question, Trustee Carabella?
So I just want to clarify, so the number 1, unacceptable, does that have a number value? Is that worth 20%, or, you know, are each of these in increments of a number that then gets all compiled together and the director gets a score? Or is it just value is 1 and 2 points and 3 points and 4 and 5 points?
Well, in the past, what we've done is we've totaled up and averaged the number. So, you know, that's the way we've done it, past practice. Is it intended to be that way? I honestly would question it, tell you the truth. But that's the way we've done it in the past. So the intention was to do it again this year. And then we go for review with the consultant, then we can have those discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, do you have a question?
Why are we not, first of all, doing it in proper order rather than make summary changes? What's the rush? Thank you.
Well, we don't have time to do a fulsome review. Giving everything else, we're behind on the strategic plan. We still have to do the bylaw review. We're in COVID. This was an attempt simply just to try and make it easier for trustees. If you don't feel it's easier, then that, you know, we're not married to it. That's fine. We can do it the way we did it the last 2 years. But I know that many trustees struggled with the process over the last 2 years. My feeling was that this, and Vice Chair Duarte, that this is a little bit of a Band-Aid solution that might help the process. And if trustees don't feel that way, then that's fine. We can do it the way we did in the past. I don't have a problem with that.
Madam Chair, may I just?
Do you have a follow-up question, Trustee DeRosa?
Yes, please. Look, I'm all in favor of improving this process, but I'm also very reluctant to make changes summarily. So we have something by which we can review the director. It's tested and proven. We've used it for 2 years. I'm going to suggest that we do things in proper order so that we can go out and make the necessary changes on the basis of good information from people who do this for a living. Like that, we do it once, we do it right, and then we move on. So I'm not against improving the process. I'm against the manner in which we're going about it. I won't be supporting this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. We've got Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'd like to comment on what Trustee DeRosa said. In the ideal world, yes, we could do the 360 now, send it out, but there is a time factor here, and we do have to make this appraisal this year. I like the changes. COVID is an issue because often, like take for example, staff relations, I'll be honest with you, when I ever evaluated our director, it was often at events where I saw him interacting. And now that there are no events, it's going to be really challenging. I'm also, so that unknown under staff relations, I can see where it may be applicable. I like to move forward with these changes, but keep in mind that it is only a Band-Aid, and we must do the 360 before the next evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Hearn-Chernotta.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Trustee Duarte or Trustee Murphy. I just want to make a suggestion. It's got nothing to do with the policy, but when we are actually marking and deciding performance of an individual and their livelihood, maybe we could have a professional development session that can teach us, train us how to be better at evaluation. So I'd like to put that as a suggestion when we get to that point.
Funny, eh?
Thank you, Trustee. Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Duarte.
Yeah, just thank you, Trustee Zanota. I think that's the intent. Before we go ahead with really implementing this, I would be okay with the chair. Sit down and have a professional development session, and if we need to bring in a professional to talk to us, I mean, we can do that. Good idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up, Trustee Janet? I was going to call you Trustee Janet. Trustee.
No, that's okay. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Agnew.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Just a question for Trustee Duarte and Trustee Murphy. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity, because I'm hearing a lot of great suggestions tonight. I think everyone's really engaged in sharing their thoughts around this. Some people agreed with the previous process, some like this process better, some would like a mix of the two. And I do agree with you that it needed to have some changes made to it. It was challenging the last few years, if I'm being honest. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for you and the both of you to perhaps take this back, take some feedback, maybe make some suggested changes, even take an opportunity to meet with, an HR person to review this and then bring it back to us. I know time is of the essence, but I do think we could probably come to some sort of consensus if we could bring some of the feedback that we're hearing tonight and perhaps just incorporate some of those into your suggestions. Just an idea.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Trustee Dewar.
Absolutely, Trustee Agnew. I'm wondering if we have Superintendent O'Hara here and if he wants to chime in on this. Not sure, Madam Chair, if he's there. But
I don't believe he is online.
So we can run this by HR, Trustee Agnew, if required. But if you look very carefully at the categories here, 2 of the categories are already existing. 3 more have been added there, which are not far off in description. The language is simple, but we can run it by HR. That's your suggestion.
The challenge we have is that this process has to be complete by the end of May, and we still have to get it approved through the next policy meeting, and then sent to the board and approved. Then it goes out for your input. So realistically, I think it's a great suggestion. I just don't think we have time, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Okay. Follow up through you, Madam Chair. Is there perhaps, I mean, I guess now's not the time. I was going to say, is there a chance for us to try to take a kick at the can and make those suggested changes that could get all of us to the point where we could come some sort of consensus on this policy? Because I think we're going to be split on it, and I don't know that I'd like to see us come to something that most of the trustees are comfortable with, considering that we all have to follow this process. I'd rather it not be too divisive. So I hear what you're saying, Trustee Murphy, and I know that time is of the essence, and I know it would just be great if there was a way that we could incorporate everybody's sort of suggestions if they make sense and they're aligned. And I don't know the best way to do that. And I'm thinking we just don't have the time to do it during this meeting. I don't have any, I'm sorry, I don't have a suggestion, but just
I agree. I think, you have a valid point. So, again, the intention, the motivation was to make this easier for trustees. And if it's too rushed and we don't have time and we want to put this on the shelf, that's okay. It's to benefit trustees. Doesn't benefit myself necessarily, and it doesn't benefit Vice Chair Duarte. We were trying to make the process easier. If there isn't a flavor or will to look at it this year, then we'll put it on the shelf and we'll look at getting moving a motion forward to do a fulsome review and then strike a committee and what have you. Honestly, I don't think we're going to get, if you're looking for 2/3 consensus, I don't think that will happen tonight, and I don't think we have the time to work it, and I don't think we have the input from the experts in our board if Joe's not here. So then, I think maybe Madam Chair, you could just go around the table and say, do you want to shelve it and we'll look at it fulsome later on, or do we want to vote on it as it is? I'm fine either way. That's okay.
And I appreciate it, Trustee Murphy. I think, and I'm looking through all of these. I'm looking through all of these questions that keep coming up because the trustees are back in, and I myself have questions. And one of my questions is I don't know that one of our superintendents would be the qualifying HR person to review our directors, to review what we've proposed for our directors' appraisal. So I guess my question is does it line up with the questions and I apologize. I'm just going to ask a couple questions because I think everybody has had at least one round, if not 2, and then I'll go back into the queue. But my question is does it line up with the actual questions that are asked? Do these can these be answered? And I have some concern about unacceptable and outstanding. I have some concerns in regards to how it's viewed and how it can be construed as almost constructive, like a constructive dismissal. If, somebody was to give unacceptable straight across the board, unacceptable to me would mean that they're not doing their job at all. And I think that it shouldn't get to the point of an appraisal then. I have real concerns on how it was worded. Can I ask where those wordings came from, the unacceptable and the outstanding?
Yes, it came from the consultant from the OESC.
And do you know who
that's the rating scale that Waterloo uses?
And who do you know who the consultant was?
I might be. Not. You guys won't squeal on me, but I took screenshots of his presentation, right?
I didn't hear what you said. So can't squeal on you if we don't know what you said.
Good, then I didn't say anything. I would have to look through my notes to see who the presenter was. But you know, honestly, I think if there is this level of questions and concern, then let's just shelve it and regroup and deal with it in one shot.
I don't think that's what it is. I think I'm hearing that people agree that it needs to be changed, right? It's just the question is does this do it for now? And I understand you both agreed that it was kind of like it's a quick fix until we can do a fulsome. But you know, I don't know that shelving helps us this round, right? I think it's going to hinder us again.
Madam Chair, I'd like to raise a point of privilege for, if you don't mind.
What is your point of privilege?
There is a lineup, and I do appreciate the back and forth and the constructive back and forth between a couple of people, but there is a lineup in the queue, and I would like to weigh in on this. I hope you're going to give me a timely opportunity, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So, Trustee DeRosa, that is not a point of privilege, and I haven't had a chance to ask questions. And even though I'm the chair, I have allowed every trustee at least twice the ability to ask for questions. So I was asking questions and I was about to go back into the queue. So that being said, there is a process there. I mean, there is a lineup that and the next person up is Trustee Carabella.
Thank you. I would like clarification on two things. One, if we shelve this and leave it for later, or even if we adopt these changes and the rest to do later, what is that later? Would it start so that we're all ready for next year's review?
Realistically, I think with the workload we have coming up, we would plan to start doing the work in September. I don't know, Director Daly, if you wanted to chime in on that. We have the multi-year strategic plan committee. We're going to have the bylaw review committee coming up soon. Those are committees that will have a lot of trustee participation. So there's a lot to do. So realistic, Vice Chair Duarte or Director Daly, I don't know if you want to chime in. I honestly don't see us starting this before September.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Do you have a follow-up, Trustee Carabella?
Yes, and my second point that I need clarification on was, are we keeping that some sort of an unknown or none of the above or not applicable? We are keeping a section like that?
I think we can ask the chair to go around the room and see on consensus. And I'm fine with, because one area in particular I do have challenges with, which is area 4. Number 4, so it is harder to evaluate that. So I agree with you. There is, because we haven't got to the point where we've looked at it in a fulsome way. I think there is a point where trustees do need that not applicable or unknown, whatever the case may be.
And then just to follow up, does that mean that it's it doesn't get counted any monetary, any no points for that question if we mark unknown? Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay, we have Trustee O'Brien.
I see a real danger that if you get 0, it's worse than unacceptable. And I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is you're going to find most people don't like staff relations. And I think getting rid of the unknown is not going to solve that problem. So I disagree with Trustee Carabella.
Did you have a follow-up or was that just a comment, Trustee O'Brien?
No, I have. Is it my turn to speak?
Yeah, that was your,
Okay.
you were in the queue.
I'm sorry. I thought that was responding. I thought you were going around the table.
No, not at this point.
Okay, Trustee Murphy, I like your changes a lot, and I think all the discussion doesn't mean you should shelve it. I think that means we're engaged, and I'm very interested in your changes. I like them. I think Trustee O'Hearn hit on something very important, and that's criteria. Without giving anything away about the past, what bothered me about our past evaluations is the discrepancy between trustees about the evaluation. I mean, the golden rule in a school is that if every teacher evaluated the same child, if your criterion was right, if your marking scheme was right, you come up with the same mark. And I think that lack of criteria is a really disturbing thing, at least from an evaluation point of view. I think Trustee Guzzo said it right. Someone from staff isn't the person to show us this because they are too close to it. Perhaps this person that Trustee Murphy has met could help us with establishing a criteria. Maybe we could establish the criteria together. I mean, that's the new trend in education anyway. But I think I like these changes. I'm definitely going to vote for them. A PD session on developing our criteria, I think, could be done this year. We move forward with this, and I think we could come up with a better evaluation this year than last year. So, Trustee Murphy, do you want to respond to that?
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, we should have. You know, it's unfortunate I didn't have their slide deck. So, for example, under team building, they have criteria that's listed. So I'll just give you some of them. Listens and acknowledges each employee's ideas as valuable. Clearly communicates, but carefully but to clarify directives. Encourages trust, cooperation, respect. So under each criteria, each heading, I should say, sorry, they have 15 or 20 criteria. And then on each one of those, they ask to be ranked from 1 to 5, and then you can put comments also. So, you know, for example, so educational leadership, well, I've got sausage fingers. Everything's going everywhere. So, you know, oversees the implementation, monitoring of various measures to assess the academic achievement of pupils, ensures students and the board have the opportunity to meet the standards of education mandated by the Minister of Education, develops and maintains a positive, effective relationship with staff. So it's quite, the criteria that this consultant developed is quite extensive.
Madam Chair, can I just add one point?
Oh, sorry. I guess, do you have more to add to that? Yep.
Madam Chair, if trustees are okay, I can take it upon myself to look for this particular consultant to do a quick PD session for us.
Thank you, Trustee Duart. Trustee O'Brien, do you have a follow-up?
Just a follow-up comment. Trustee Murphy, that is gold what you have there. That, like in education, that is golden material you have there. The more specific you make the criteria, the closer you will come to the target. And Trustee Duart, I think a session with this person would only help us immensely. And I think we really could do this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor. Oh, sorry, hold on. Actually, hold on. Sorry, my apologies. Director Daly had his hand up.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. And I'm trying not to comment here for obvious reasons, but just to comment on trustees' comments around criteria and gold and education. Part of establishing criteria is to make it clear to the person who's being evaluated as well, so they know how they will be evaluated and can demonstrate those competencies over a period of time. So I'd suggest to radically change the criteria at this point. I'm not sure, A, it's good evaluation, or B, fair practice.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to acknowledge Director Daly's very valuable comments. I am concerned about the changing something that's been in place for a while, that the director or the person being evaluated understands well, and changing it to just because we want to meet a May deadline. So I'm very much in favor of relying for this year, at least until a proper process is followed, relying on what we already have because it knows it works, and also that the person being evaluated understands it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I don't see any other trustees up in the, oh, I lied. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Responding to Dr. Daly, Trustee Daly, you're so accurate in that. You're right. To change the criteria now, I can see what you're saying. Would that be a good idea? I wonder if we could just. I still bothers me the fact that the evaluation varies so much from trustee to trustee for the same person, and I wonder maybe not changing the criteria, but maybe changing, at least looking at how we can be more consistent in how we evaluate the criteria that's there might be worth looking at. I throw it out to you, but you're right, Director Daly, to change all your goals right now in 2 months would be totally unfair. I don't know, maybe just a PD on how to evaluate with what we have might be good. Trustee DeRosa, I don't feel the past practice has been good. I have to be honest with you. Could we at least improve what we have in some way? Anyway, that's my response. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. I have a question. Trustee Dewart, you've mentioned that you think you can be able to get a PD session going. If we can get a PD session going, then I'm sure we could have somebody help us review and respond appropriately with what we have before making any changes that don't necessarily match. Like, it's just my thought. Like, I don't understand how we could be able to have a PD session with these changes as provided, but not have somebody take a look at it. You kind of get where I'm going?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with you. The time, we do not have the time to, I can do my best to get somebody to help us with the policy as it exists now, and better explain to us how we can use the existing policy within the framework. But I think changing the boundaries at this point in time drastically is not really going to benefit the purpose of the evaluation. So we can do a PD session. We can try to get somebody quickly, but I would not suggest changing the milestones at this point in time.
I think that's a good point, Vice Chair Duarte. If we can get a PD session to work with the policy as it is and what we have for this year, and then look at making changes going forward, I think is a very good compromise, and maybe that will help us with this process and make it a bit easier.
Okay, so we've had a couple of things go around the table, and a couple of suggestions, and I think we've got all the questions. So I think what I'll do, Trustee Murphy and Trustee Dewart, if you're okay with it, is we'll go around and just ask if one of two things, and if you're okay with it, to accept, to move forward with what has been proposed, or to try to get a PD session to work with what we have so that we can, have a more wholesome and more understanding to the current appraisal practice that we have, and agree to maybe bring a motion forward at the board to have this sent out, to have it reviewed by an HR professional and come back and help us for next year's appraisal. Are you okay if we go for that consensus?
Madam Chair, the only reason why we put it forward now is to use it for the upcoming director's appraisal. If we have to,
I understand.
Yeah, so if we change something and go to the board meeting to put a motion, and then after 2 weeks it will come back again, we are out of the time limit.
No. To put a motion forward for next year's appraisal, trustee.
Yeah,
To
that's fine.
changing the actual process and because we don't have the time to do it right now.
Sure, absolutely.
So is that okay, trustee Murphy?
Okay. Madam Chair, can I just ask one question? Could there be with going with what the changes are now, could we have keeping the criteria, the goals the same? Could we use the evaluation numbers, this proposed changes, and a PD session with that? Like, I'm thinking that, like right now, they have it so that the goals really haven't changed, or the criteria hasn't changed. What's happened is the marking scheme has changed. I wonder if we go with that in a PD session to evaluate what is already there, but with those changes. Now, am I clear?
Right, Trustee O'Brien. Yeah, it's doable. Only thing is that we need to locate I'll do my best to locate somebody to guide us, and preference is the same person who's actually come up with this criteria, and the one who did it for Waterloo. We'll try our best.
Trustee Carabella, you have another question?
Just a comment that I think there was a bit of discussion and not unanimously accepting the different names for the rate, the scale. And so I think it might be hard to just take what we have. I think it's a better idea to get some PD on it and keep our policy the way it was, and then really just go fresh next year and just get help to fill it out this year the way it was.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Carabella. Trustee Agnew?
Sorry, I'm here. I do think that we need some changes to it, and I'm not trying to repeat myself. I'm just trying to clarify. I do like the idea of expanding the what's the word I'm looking for? Expanding the options that we have for evaluation. But I do want to further to Director Daly's comments. If we were to go with this, I would want to ensure that this was not going to compromise his ability to continue to work towards the goals that he was given. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to skew things at this point. He only has a couple of months. That would not be fair. But I do think that the ranking that was utilized in the last two reviews was a lot of trustees had issues with it, and we had half marks, and we had, so I do think that needs to be tightened, and I'd like to see that for this particular round, but I don't want to put Director Daly in a compromised position. So I just need some clarity on that, if that's okay. And sorry, Pat, to put you in that spot, but I just want to make sure that that I'm understanding this right.
Director Daly, do you feel comfortable responding to Trustee Agnew's questions? I know it's a hard one.
Sorry.
I think I'll stay out of it.
Okay. All right, fair enough. That's my concern. My concern is that if we need to have different mechanism for evaluation, I don't want it to affect what you've been working towards this entire time. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Agnew. Do you have any other questions or?
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Just in response to what Trustee Agnew said, I agree with that. If you look at this, the goals, what Trustee Murphy, Trustee Duarte have proposed, the goals and the criteria really haven't changed. Like it still says Catholic leadership gives 4 criteria goals there, cultural leadership 3 criteria goals there. The only thing that's really changed here is the ranking of those goals, and it does give you more leeway. So I don't see how Director Daly's goals have changed. So I think it's good to go. This is a good first step to what we can do next year. That's my opinion, and I like what they've put out here, and I really want to go for that.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Okay, that being said, again, I think we're kind of all over the map in regards to this right now. So I think what we should do is just vote on. I haven't really heard anybody bring forward any amendments. So I think what we will do is we will vote on it as presented. So I'll go around.
Oh, just a point of clarification, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Didn't you say we would, if we vote this down, then if we just have this year's policy, but we're going to have a PD session. Trustee Dewart was going to try and get a PD session to help us.
So that was one of the things that was kind of talked about, was because it was thrown out there that Trustee Dewart do a PD session. And I think my question was to Trustee Dewart was, if we have time to arrange for a PD session, then surely we would have time to have this reviewed. Because whoever's going to present a PD session has to review it anyways, to be able to give a PD session on it. So the question is, you know, the option was, do we change it and try to do the PD session, or do we leave it as is and do a PD session on what we currently have? But we're kind of not really together in all this. I think everybody's kind of all over. So I think it'll be hard to navigate. So we can ask those questions. Is that what you're suggesting, that we do a PD session and confirm on the way it currently is?
No, I think that we.
So just to clarify, Madam Chair.
Well, hold on just one second, Trustee Dewart. I want to hear from Trustee Carabella if that's what she's asking, so I understand.
I think what I'm understanding is that because we're a little bit all over the place, all of us, we like some things, we don't like. I don't know if we're really ready to jump into some changes, and then the appraisal happens and we aren't somebody's not happy, or there's a possibility of not just whatever, right? Not like a happy time to do a appraisal. So I'm thinking that was the impression I'm getting, is that we vote this down and we go to a PD session and start really fresh. But in that PD session, that we get help on how to evaluate while using the appraisal the way it is now. Am I correct, Trustee Dewart, too?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Dewart.
So to answer the question, so if we vote this down, then we go back to the original policy. Okay, then a motion goes to the board to bring the consultant, and we start the process to revisit this policy in entirety. Maybe do a 360 review for the next year. So we follow the same existing policy, the original policy. Now, if we vote this in, then we bring in somebody to do a PD session on this one, the modified, kind of giving us uniform guidelines on how to use this, the way it stands, without changing the milestones. Trustee Carabella, make sense?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Trustee Tomasi, you have a question? Sorry, I was muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to Vice Chair Duarte. What policy is he referring to that we're using in the current appraisal of the director?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
It's policy I-40, which is the policy. Nothing is being changed in the policy. The appendix A is being, the scale is being changed, appendix A, and we can scroll down to that.
I would like to remind Vice Chair Duarte that particular policy is not what's in effect. I've stated that to all trustees. Generally, when you do a multi-year strategic plan, you do a grading system that speaks to that specific multi-year strategic plan. We are currently on the 2013, If you look at your documents in the chair's office, that particular policy is the same policy that I used and that former Chair DeRosa used, not what you're currently working with now. That particular policy you're referring to now was never accepted by the old board, and we have never accepted it.
Thank you, Trustee Antomasi. Director Daly, you have your hand up.
Policy I-40 was passed by the previous board.
No, it was not.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Antomasi, you're not going to debate with staff. We're going to be respectful.
I will debate.
And you were not recognized
to debate.
You know what? Debating is one thing, being disrespectful is another, and it's not going to happen. Do we have any further questions?
I think you need to take it to a vote.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. So I think at this point, we'll just take it to a vote as presented. Trustee DeRosa?
Madam Chair, I'm not in favor of the current policy as presented.
Thank you. Trustee Duart?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Chernota?
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi?
Opposed.
Trustee Carabella?
Opposed.
Trustee Goubert?
Madam Chair, I'm opposed.
Trustee Kelly?
In favor.
Trustee Agnew?
In favor.
The policy will be presented to the next policy meeting. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Moving on to policy II-43, voluntary confidential self-identification of First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students. Can I have someone, oh, sorry, just give us a second here. Can I have a mover that the policy committee recommends that policy II-43, voluntary confidential self-identification of First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students be forwarded along with amendments to the April 20th, 2021 regular board meeting for approval?
I'll move it. O'Hearn-Chernota.
Thank you.
I'll second it. Agnew.
Seconded by Trustee Agnew. Thank you, Superintendent Kroll. You have the floor.
Good evening again, trustees, and through you, Madam Chair. Just want to present this updated policy with some potential reviews for you. I just want to note a few things. So first of all, this is being reviewed as part of the regular policy review cycle. It's been reviewed by our policy working group, by our Indigenous Education Advisor, Sherry Sable, by myself, by Mark Risiak, our privacy officer as well. So overall, we've made changes to the policy to align our language with relevant ministry documents, update information and improve readability, and we've included the most current and relevant policies and procedures. In the purpose, we've included the most current language, and we've removed any redundant language. In the application and scope, we've updated to include additional relevant language, including student age requirements. In the references section, we've updated to include ministry documents and appropriate legislation. In definitions, all we've done is take the definitions and organize alphabetically for ease of reading. In the principles section, we've updated to include our Halton Catholic District School Board perspective, as well as apply a Catholic lens. And in the requirements, we've integrated our current language and updated to reflect our ministry expectations. So our Indigenous Education Advisor is here as well this evening. So both her and I are happy to answer any questions that may have about the recommended changes to policy.
Thank you, Superintendent Kroll. We'll start with Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very, very simple question. Is there anywhere in this policy where we are compelling information to be provided in contravention of privacy legislation and consent legislation? In other words, information collected against the wish or the will or the approval of the people to which that information relates to. Thank you.
Superintendent Kroll?
Sure, happy to answer that. And again, I would like to identify that no, this is voluntary, confidential self-identification. We did have our privacy officer review this very carefully to ensure that we would certainly want to respect the privacy and confidentiality of any individual that came forward with information, and that it is voluntary, not mandatory. So thank you for the question.
Do you have a follow-up, Trustee DeRosa?
No, thank you. That was quite clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Trustee Carabella?
Thank you. Can we scroll to the second bullet under principles, please? Okay, thank you. So the second bullet, the second sentence, the HCDSB understands that accurate and reliable data is needed to ensure First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students reach their full potential. So I'm reading the sentence for how it reads, and how does reliable data, accurate and reliable data, ensure students reach their full potential? I'm thinking that it's good teachers, it's good curriculum, the proper materials that help students reach their full potential. So I'm not understanding how accurate and reliable data does that. If someone wants to comment.
Madam Chair, I can comment. I'd like to start, and then maybe our Indigenous Education Advisor can certainly help me with this. If you
And
get
I think Director Daly as well has his hand up to Superintendent Kroll.
Sure, I can start. So if we go down to the requirements under requirement number 3, so which is collect, analyze, and report on data for self-identified Indigenous students to inform targeted strategies for increasing Indigenous student achievement and success. And that data collected will be evaluated on an annual basis by school and board improvement learning teams to form culturally relevant and responsive student programming. So in other words, the more information we have about the students in our system, the better we can provide targeted programming. But certainly I recognize there are other people with their hands up as well.
And so are we saying what the particular data is that are we collecting their grades, or which data are we talking about particularly?
Sorry, did you want me to answer that, Trustee Guzzo, or did you want Director Daly was in the queue as well?
You know what, I saw Director Daly had his hand up, so I don't know if he would like to, if he wanted to weigh in on it. Director Daly, did you? I see you've put your hand down now. So
no, Superintendent Kroll, I think made the points I was going to make on the first question, and I'm sure he's quite capable to ask or answer the second part of the question. So I'll leave it to you, Jeff.
Sure, that's fine. And you know what, I'm actually going to ask Sherry to if she'd like to speak on this, because I know this is near and dear to her heart as well. So I'll give her an opportunity.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I would just want to answer the question about reliable data. As we know, Indigenous people in this country has been unfairly treated in education system, right from just from colonial perspectives and racism and stereotypes. When we're looking at data, we're looking at data of how we are approaching Indigenous kids. And we know that the data suggests in the province that Indigenous kids fall short in achievement data. We know that there's an awful lot of Indigenous kids that don't graduate from high school. And we also know that sometimes, because of our Western education system, our children have been treated unfairly to the point where sometimes they are put in into special education classes when people don't know about some of the cultural, the history that is in this country. So when we're looking at data, this is not something that we've come up with. This is backed by a lot of research right across the country that our students fail. Our students are pushed out. They're either not graduating. And so with our policy, and again, the policy comes from the Building Bridges to Success for self-identification. Right within that policy, it does state that we need to improve the education outcomes for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Sharon, and welcome. Trustee Carabella, did you have a follow-up?
No, not now. And no, that's good. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Okay. That being said, then we'll take it to a vote. Trustee Agnew?
In favor?
Trustee DeRosa? Trustee DeRosa?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I was away from my desk, but yeah, I'll vote in favor, but I'm still concerned about legal compliance.
Thank you. Trustee Duart?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Goubert?
In favor.
Trustee Kelly?
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Chernota?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion will be, or not the motion, the policy will be brought to the next board meeting. Policy II-43. Oh no, that was not. My apologies. It's 4.6. Policy II-45. Equity and inclusive education. Can I have a mover that the policy committee recommends that policy II-45, equity and inclusion education, be forwarded amendments to the April 20th, 21 regular board meeting for approval?
Duart.
Moved by Trustee Duart, seconded
Trustee Agnew?
by Trustee Agnew. Thank you. We have Sita with us this evening. Sita, are you here?
Yes, I am. Good evening.
Good evening. I will hand it over to you.
Good evening, everybody. And through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to present the action report. The purpose is to provide for the consideration of the policy committee revisions to policy II-45, equity and inclusive education, as recommended by staff. Policy II-45, equity and inclusive education, was last reviewed and approved at the February 9th, 2021 policy committee meeting. And then additional reference to the church document Nostra Aetate was added to the policy at the subsequent board meeting in February, and the policy was sent out for stakeholder feedback. The revised policy and the stakeholder feedback are attached for review and consideration by the policy committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll open the floor to questions. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. I remember when we first, I've raised this point before regarding this policy, and that's the legal vetting of it. Have we had the opportunity to have it vetted legally since that?
Sita, can you answer that, or would you prefer that we have, in regards to it? I think this is your, sorry, go ahead, Sita. I'm not going to speak for you.
Not at all. And through you, Madam Chair. So we have, since the last meeting, we have not sent it for any additional legal review. I can start us off if somebody else wants to jump in. The template, as was discussed at the last few meetings, was created back in 2011 by the Ontario Education Services Corporation. So much of the wording in here from the original template was created in 2011, and the revisions that have been made have been directly taken from subsequent documents such as the Ontario's Education Equity Action Plan, and certain PPMs and other the Anti-Racism Act 2017. So these have been taken, revisions have been taken directly from those documents.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a follow-up?
So the answer is no.
Do you have a follow-up, Trustee DeRosa?
The answer is no. It has not been legally vetted.
I believe that's what she just said. Do you have a
Thank you very much.
Trustee
Thank you
DeRosa?
very much. Bye-bye.
Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to thank you for putting this out to stakeholder feedback. The stakeholder feedback has been very comprehensive, and I think it's going to really help us move forward on this and get it voted upon very soon so we can get it implemented as soon as possible. There's one point, thank you to Ms. Chair, I'd like to ask CETA, and it's on one phrase or one term, anti-Black racism. And then there's in section 6, you have anti-Black racism mentioned and anti-racism. I'm putting this forward to you because a few of the comments in that survey spoke to that. I give you an example. Here's one on page 20. I'm a Black parent of a Black child. While I fully support anti-Black racism at the board, it should be under anti-racist category and not its own category. It makes my family feel like we are being signaled out and spotlighted like we are beneath all others and have to be helped with extra support. Ergo, we need a separate category. Can you speak to that, CETA? Thanks.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. When I was looking at the comments, I did sort of read them very carefully to understand what the feedback was. And I wanted to first of all start by making the distinction between sort of why we talk about anti-Black racism as a separate thing. So just to provide a little bit of context for that, the term anti-Black racism was first expressed by Dr. Akua Benjamin, who's a Ryerson social work professor. And the reason she coined this phrase was to highlight the unique nature of systemic racism on Black Canadians and the history as well as experiences of slavery and colonization of people of Black African descent. So in order to sort of contextualize the unique experience of Black Canadians, the term anti-Black racism and the impact of that was coined. So sort of that is sort of to give you the context for that. And I understand when parents don't want to have, necessarily the spotlight shown on students because, again, they're further concerned about further stigmatization. But this term is commonly used in order to make sure that we're intentionally thinking about the impact of this and intentionally addressing strategies that will, address and dismantle anti-Black racism.
Thank you. Can I respond to that, Madam Chair?
Thank you. Yeah, yes, you have a follow-up. Go ahead.
More comment. So I appreciate what this Professor Ryerson says about coining this phrase. It's just that we're hearing this from a Black person and they actually feel that is not a fit for them. There's a couple other comments that follow this, like you specifically call out anti-Black racism, however, you do not call out anti-Indigenous racism. I'm offended that you didn't care to actually include us in your equality and inclusion policy. Another one, why does anti-Black racism follow anti-racism? You talked to that. So I'm wondering, perhaps this professor, I'm sure he's well educated and has good intentions, but I'm wondering if we should maybe change that and take that term out and just use anti-racism. I mean, I'm listening to my stakeholders, and I get the feel that they want it taken out. And I appreciate this professor. I'm sure he's very smart, but I'm wondering if we should take it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Well, we've got some trustees in the queue, and maybe we, if they would like to respond to that, they can during their time in the questions. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you. If Trustee O'Brien puts that forward, I would second it. What I'm bringing forward is in number, so we made in our minutes from the last policy meeting or two policy meetings, well, no, last meeting, it says that there was a consensus taken and that we were going to change mission statement to commitment statement. But I didn't see that reflected in this policy updated. So if anyone wants to check that, the minutes that we approved today has a statement there under the equity policy that there was a consensus to change from mission statement to commitment statement.
Okay, can we get, Rosie, can we just scroll down to that piece, please?
I think it's within the whole policy, whereas mission statement is several times.
I know there was one specific section that, and then I remember that conversation.
Right.
There it is, yeah. I think it was just mentioned in the one spot, but if it was mentioned.
I think mission statement is throughout.
Just, we see, you're right, you're correct. I do recall that that conversation.
And
we can make sure that it's changed.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to ask is in the definitions, just for clarity, wait, where are my definitions? On systemic barriers. Okay, it says systemic barriers are caused by embedded biases in policies, practices, and processes and may result in differential treatment. So that's like a general statement, but this is this being applied to our policies and practices? And is this suggestive that in our school board and in our policies right now, we have found, or if CETA has been looking for in our policies, some embedded biases and practices? Or can also, and a similar question is, can you give me an example of an embedded bias?
Sita, can you take that question? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for that question, and through you, Madam Chair. So when we talk about systemic barriers, it's at different levels. So you asked for an example, and one of the examples how we understand systemic barriers is, for example, the absence of particular perspectives and contributions. Again, I'm going to talk about whether it's perspectives of Indigenous communities, Indigenous knowledge, or Black communities, Black knowledge. Recently, a review was done of our current grade 8 history books, and it was found that there was very, very, very little mention of the contributions, for example, of Black Canadians to Canada's history, and there was just an erasure of voices. So that, for example, is a systemic barrier that speaks to the idea that the very curriculum that we're using to teach to make sure that all students understand about all the different contributions of different communities are missing. And that's not because someone is doing it, an individual is doing it, it's because even textbooks are set up in ways that are excluding and erasing voices. So that's, for example, that's an example.
Okay, so that was with a curriculum.
Yeah, for example.
That was a curriculum. Can you give me an example, like in a policy?
I have to, I can't think of one right now immediately, but I can talk about, practices, for example, that happen at the school level. So, for example, even things like practices, for example, to say that we'll have raffle tickets for fundraisers, or, that we'll have early bird prizes so if somebody orders, for example, a yearbook, if they do it before a certain date, then it'll be, $30. If they order a yearbook after a certain date, it'll be more. So even that could be considered, that practice could be considered as being sort of a systemic barrier, because it's punishing those who are not able to have that money together in one go, the $40, that they have to wait to maybe, or, to save that money and pay for that yearbook. That is sort of embedded in a practice that doesn't consider, for example, low-income households. That could be a practice.
Thank you, Sita. We haven't heard from Trustee O'Hearn-Zernota yet, so we'll put you in the queue, Trustee O'Hearn.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to either Sita or Ms. Swindon. So I'm looking at the survey and the data of the survey, and 349 respondents, which is great. Just a couple of questions. Was this survey sent out like all of our other surveys have been sent out? The same kind of mechanism and to the same individuals?
Through you, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'll answer this.
No, of course.
Absolutely, go ahead.
So it's not exactly as we send out all other surveys, Trustee O'Hearn-Zernota. We actually, for the policy, there's a different process that has been in place for many years, and we've just kept it. An email goes out from the Office of the Director to a distribution list, and that distribution list includes our Halton Deanery parishes. It includes our presidents of unionized employee groups. It includes CPIC. It includes SEAC. It includes principals and school secretaries. And in addition to that, we also did send it out based on the conversation at the meeting. We sent it out to parents and students because that was a specific request. So that's who this survey went out to. We call it, and we don't even call it a survey. It's not really a survey. It's a feedback form.
It's a feedback form. It would go to the council of the chairs, right? The
yes,
school
yes,
chairs?
yes.
Yeah. My bad, because I would have received them when I was on the council. So thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Do you have a
That's all I had. No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so will Trustee DeRosa, you have a question?
I do, Madam Chair. Actually, we're on the same topic that we're currently on the topic that I'm interested in here. So what is the population, the total population that went at this survey or poll went out to? And did it go to all ratepayers? I believe in Halton we have probably 40,000 ratepayers on the list. I may be mistaken. So what is the total population this survey went to?
I think Director Daly, is your hand up in response to this, or should we pass this off to Ms. Swindon?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Trustee Rose, I can't answer the first part of the question in terms of the total number of people it went out to. I can't answer the second part of the question. In terms of feedback for policy, we followed essentially the same practice that we followed for a number of years. So we sent it out to the groups identified that Andrea identified. We follow the same process with most of our policies or all of our policies. There was a bit of a specific request here to have student input as well. And Andrea, I'm not sure if you know the total number of people it got sent to.
So thank you, Director Daly. I know it went out to 20,000 parents, and it went out to our secondary students. I'll look for the count. I don't remember what the count is of our secondary students. And it went to them individually. And then in addition to that, it went to those groups that I listed. So I don't have a total head count of how many inboxes it hit, but over 20,000 anyway.
May I have my follow-up, Madam Chair?
In just 1 second, Trustee DeRosa, as we have a procedural item to deal with. It's 10 o'clock, trustees.
Oh, very good.
So
okay.
can I get a motion to extend the meeting?
I will move.
Okay, Trustee DeRosa, moved by Trustee DeRosa, seconded by?
Duart.
Trustee Duart. We'll go to a recorded vote. Trustee Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
Trustee Duart.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Trinota.
In favor.
Trustee Intomasi.
In favor.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Goobert.
Opposed.
I'm sorry?
Opposed.
Opposed. Okay. Trustee Kelly.
In favor.
Okay. We'll move on. Sorry, Trustee DeRosa, you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a point of clarification and to try to understand the numbers in the front of us, as well as a question after that. So, so correct me if I'm wrong. The way I'm looking at this, the numbers here, is that assuming that that the 20,000 population estimate, even though we don't have necessarily a clear answer to that, is the population that's been targeted. So I would draw a conclusion, in the lack of anything else to go by here, is that we have polled 50% of our ratepayers. That's number one. Out of that 50% of the ratepayers, we received 349 completed responses, which represents a very small sliver of the total population, for the purpose of getting external feedback. I would submit to you that that is a very, very small sliver to draw any conclusions from. The other thing is that when we go on page 58 of the survey and we look at the responses, clearly there's 139 responses that are satisfied, 118 that are not. And there is frankly, a big, the third portion, a big section of the respondents to the survey who are neutral and undecided. So let's assume for a minute that we take the 92 respondents who are neutral and add them to the satisfied. That would give us a total of 231 people. If we did the same thing on the other side and took the 92 and added them to the ones who are dissatisfied, we would get to a total of 210. So the point I'm driving at here is that whatever respondents, the difference between 231 and 210 is actually a very negligible difference to draw conclusions from the results of the survey. So I'm troubled by and forgive me if I get very numerical here, but I'm troubled by drawing any conclusions from this survey because it's certainly inconclusive in many respects. The comments, on the other hand, are quite telling on both sides of the argument. But I'm concerned that the survey, to some degree, is lacking in the extent that we haven't gone to the total of our ratepayers. And I would caution anyone, no matter what side of the spectrum one would be in respect to this question, because I certainly, as an individual, would support inclusion in every respect. But to draw conclusive evidence from this survey, I think, is fraught with danger. So that's basically my comments on this. And I would caution everyone to draw any conclusive results on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. It's noted. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to put an amendment on this policy.
Okay, go ahead. Can you tell me where it is so we can pull it up?
On page 6, and every other place where anti-Black racism is mentioned, I'd like to take that term out and insert it with anti-racist.
Okay.
Now, it could be more than page It could be more than page 6. But
So you're suggesting where it's noted that that be put in?
I'm sorry, section 6 is where I saw it.
Or your suggestion is wherever it's mentioned that it be replaced with just anti-racism?
Yeah, or anti-racist, I think it's mentioned. I'll
We'll
speak
go
to that too if you like.
Well, are we going to handle this as a motion? Is that how you're moving it? Okay, so do we have a seconder?
So I
can
Sorry.
second it.
Trustee Carabella? Was that Trustee Carabella? I couldn't hear.
Yes.
Thank you. So seconded by Trustee Carabella. Okay, Trustee O'Brien?
Okay, I'll be brief. I spoke to this already. I see 4 comments right at the top that of our ratepayers that do have a problem with this, like why does anti-Black racism follow anti-racism? Why under principle section 6 are you identified as a specific race? Again, and then there's a Black parent that felt they were being signaled out, and the Indigenous person that felt that they should say anti-Indigenous as well. I think anti-racist covers that. So for that reason, I would like to take that term out and just put anti-racist. I think that covers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, sorry, Director Daly, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out to trustees that, the ministry does have an anti-Black racism strategy. So the language would line up with that.
Thank you, Director Daly. Is there any other questions or comments in regards to what Trustee O'Brien's put forward, or can we take it to a vote?
I haven't been granted the floor, Madam Chair.
You're in the queue. Neither has Trustee Agnew, and she's in the queue and she hasn't spoken at all. So the question is do you have a comment in regards to what Trustee O'Brien has put forward?
I'll second it.
It's already been seconded, Trustee Antomasi. The question is do you have any questions in regards to the motion that's been put forward for the amendment?
Nada.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Agnew, you have your hand up in the queue as well. Do you have any questions in regards to this motion, or is it in general for the policy?
This was in general, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we'll take it to a vote. So currently we're voting on Trustee O'Brien's motion.
Madam Chair, I haven't spoken yet. You asked me specifically about Trustee O'Brien's amendment.
Yeah, that's what we're voting on. That's what we're voting on, Trustee Antomasi. We're not voting on the policy. We're voting on the proposed change to the policy that Trustee O'Brien has brought forward. So do you have a question to the proposed change that Trustee O'Brien has put forward?
I'll pass.
Thank you. So we'll take it to a vote because it's been put forward as a motion to make a change to the policy as presented. Trustee Agnew.
I'm opposed to the amendment.
Trustee DeRosa.
I will support, Madam Chair.
Trustee Dewart.
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy.
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Giornota.
Opposed.
Trustee Antomasi.
In favor.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Goubert.
In favor.
Trustee Kelly.
Opposed.
And I am also opposed. So the motion to amend fails. Trustee Agnew, you're next in the queue, and then Trustee Antomasi.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So I will go with my first question, then I will have a follow-up. So the first question is actually for Andrea Swindon, because there were some questions around the survey and who it was sent to and the response and all that piece. And I'm just actually wondering if Andrea could give us a sense of how many responses we typically would receive when we put something out for stakeholder or for policy stakeholder feedback.
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. This is actually, sorry, this is actually, it's a fairly good response rate for feedback forms that we send out for policy stakeholder feedback. And I'll tell you, for a couple of reasons, I think the format in and of itself is not as easy as some of our actual surveys would be. And I think the other piece is we always send reminders when it comes to regular consultation. We do not send reminders when it comes to policy. It goes out once and it's out for open for 3 weeks and we get what we get. But just to give you, I'm on, as I'm talking, I'm on our community consultation page, and the results there of the various consultations are all posted. So just to give you some context, the school uniform, when we sent out for policy 241, school uniform, we received 350 responses. And we all know how popular that policy was and how vocal some of our parents and staff were about that. So that got 350, so very comparable. And then the other one is optional French. That would probably be a good one for you to compare to. And again, that's another hot topic, I think. We would have expected a lot of responses. We've got 148 for that. So if you consider that, the fact that we got 349, is it for this one? I'd say this is it's a fairly good response rate.
Okay. Great, thank you. A follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yep. Go ahead, Trustee Agnew.
Great, and if I could just ask if everybody has their microphones off, because I can just hear some feedback.
Yes. Yes, if everybody can ensure that their microphones are off while other trustees have the floor, that'd be much appreciated.
Great, thank you so much. This is a question, perhaps, I don't know for Sita, or I don't know if Dr. Collymore is on the call, but I did take the time to read through the feedback results. And I know that there was a comment made earlier with respect to the not satisfied. But there was a number of comments that I went through that actually were, they commented that they weren't satisfied because they'd like to see an even more robust, or I'm not using the right word, I don't have it here in front of me, but they actually would like to see more. So it wasn't that they weren't satisfied or they were not satisfied with the policy in a negative way, if that makes sense. I'm not probably explaining it right, but Sita, do you know what I'm referencing?
Yes, and through you, Madam Chair. So I also looked at the responses really carefully and sort of looked at the numbers. So I broke it down as follows. Of the comments, 139 were satisfied, and there were 87 comments. And the 87 comments were primarily positive to say, go even bigger. We really like this wording. This is, it's really important for the board to follow through with this. Then there were about 45 comments under the neutral section. And even of those 45 comments, I thought it was really interesting that 19 comments were either about personal experiences of discrimination or asking the board to take concrete action. So I thought that was interesting, even of the 45 comments. And of the dissatisfied, there were 60 comments. And like you, I noticed that 19 of those 60 comments were really saying that we're not going far enough or asking for a clarification of a term. I thought that was really interesting. So thank you for highlighting that.
Okay, great. So we saw the same thing. I just wanted to make sure as I was going through it that I wasn't misunderstanding some of those comments. So thank you very much, Sita.
Thank you. Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. To Sita. Sita, so looking at this particular procedure more than a policy, I can't find the policy statement. And is the wording to this particular document, is it specific to HCDSB?
Sita, do you understand the question?
So, no, if you could just help me understand, please. What do you, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Trustee Tomasi, we need some clarity.
This particular document, whoever authored this particular document is the wording specific to Halton Catholic District School Board? And could I find the same wording anywhere else?
Through you, Madam Chair. So much of the wording, like I said, has actually been taken from relevant PPMs, whether it was in the past, PPM to PPM 119 in 2013. So that's actually wording that has come from the PPM, as well as I mentioned the Education Ontario's Equity Action Plan, again, which is legislation, which came through that legislation of Safe Schools Act. So it's much of this document is verbatim from that document, as well as the Anti-Racism Act, again, which is legislation. So it's taken verbatim from those documents and those legislative pieces.
Thank you, Sita. Trustee Intomasi, do you have a follow-up question?
Okay, so if you've taken it from mostly the Ministry of Education guidelines and wording, where do we find it vetted through a Catholic lens with specific wording that speaks to our faith, that speaks to our Bible teachings? Because to me, if we have a policy, the policy statement at the beginning would narrate something that's incumbent, that's specific, that speaks to Catholic. The other thing about this particular policy, so now it's a comment, is that it starts out with equity inclusion from providing denominational, or sorry, not denominational, but religious beliefs to everyone else, whereas we as Catholics have built-in denominational rights under Section 93 of the Constitution, and everything flows from that. I fail to see where we distinguish ourselves in this policy or procedural statement, and it divides it into, we are Catholics, we live by our faith, our teachings, and then under the Education Act, we provide other religions, other minority groups, the rights that are under the Human Rights Code. That's it.
Thank you. I think Director Daly, you had your hand up.
I did. It wasn't. It was a little bit to Trustee Yantomasi's original question as to would there be similar language in other boards' policies. Certainly, kind of the original framework was one that was shared by a number of boards when the first E&I policy was first developed, and then I think Sita talked about some of the additions we've made to update it to reflect some of the more current legislation. I guess I would just add that in the initial part of the policy and the purpose, I think there are references to our mandate as a Catholic board, to the Ed Act, to the Constitution Act, to our denominational rights. I think they are there under the section entitled Purpose.
Thank you, Director Daly. No, you can go back in the queue, Trustee Intomasi. We have other trustees who have questions as well. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I want to point out one other section. It is section 4. In one comment here, it says, if you want to just get to section 4, I think it's important to see this. It's right above the red part where it talks about student voice. Page 6. Can you bring that up, please? Page 6. Right above the red part. Yeah, the second student's voice. Student's voice is fundamental in the planning for instruction and the accuracy of assessment. So I'll read it again. Student voice is fundamental in the planning for instruction and the accuracy of assessment. I think that's a pretty strong word, fundamental. From an educational point of view, it makes me kind of wonder, like, who would be running the classroom? And I was wondering, Director Daly, as Director of Education, do you have a comment on that word fundamental? Remember, students' voice is fundamental in the planning for instruction and accuracy of assessment. Director Daly.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Director Daly.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the question, Trustee O'Brien. I would agree that student voice is fundamental to our assessment practices. You know, meeting students where they're at, taking gauge of where students are, having students involved in their own learning are all elements of exceptional both teaching and assessment practices.
Now remember, Director, it says accuracy of assessment. So would that not open up the door to students really being a voice in actually what the mark is that they get?
Yeah, I hope they are. I hope they do have a sense of knowing exactly how they're being evaluated, criteria that can be co-created, or if not, at least the criteria is very clear to them. They can have those conversations with their teachers. They can understand exactly what the bar is and how to measure it. Yeah, I wouldn't see that as being problematic.
See, I see this as they have kind of the final decision in what actually mark they get, and actually as the final decision. So, Madam Chair, I'm gonna move.
Director Daly, do you have a response to that?
No, I guess we don't read it the same way. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Trustee O'Brien, you're going to move something to change?
Move that we replace the word fundamental with the word needed.
Okay. Do we have a seconder?
I will second.
It's Trustee DeRosa. Okay. Trustee O'Brien.
There are a few comments on this. There's one here, the teacher's assessment is fundamental. This is page 11 of the survey. The teacher's assessment is fundamental and is representative of the student's academic achievement in relation to the curriculum. In other words, if the student completes 50% of an exam, they will achieve no more than 50%. Student's voice, for example, a remark along the lines, I think I achieved 9% on that exam, should have nearly zero influence on the deterministic grading process. This may be an exaggerated comment, but I can see this being opening the door to letting the students make the final decision on grade. And I think once you do that, you lose track of evaluation. Needed, yes. Fundamental, no. So that's where I stand. I welcome other trustees' comments. Thank you.
I know there's people in the queue. However, is there anybody in the queue specific to this questions for Trustee O'Brien?
Madam Chair, I don't mean to be disruptive, please understand, but I think the queue needs to be followed. And we can't select.
Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa. With all due respect, I am following the queue. If you listen to what I just said, is I understand there's people in the queue. Yeah. However, people in the queue probably don't have questions in regards to what Trustee O'Brien has just put forward.
Well, okay, whenever you get to me, Madam Chair, whenever you get to me, it's your discretion, right?
Does anybody have any questions in regards to Trustee O'Brien's proposed change?
And I have been muted again.
You're out of order, Trustee DeRosa. Does anybody have a question in regard to Trustee O'Brien's changes? Then I will take it to a vote. Trustee Agnew.
Opposed.
Trustee Stewart.
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa.
I'm in favor.
Trustee Murphy.
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Jornota,
Opposed.
Trustee Antomasi,
In favor.
Trustee Carabella,
In favor.
Trustee Goobert,
In favor.
Trustee Kelly.
Opposed.
I am also opposed. The recommended change does not pass. Now we'll go back to the queue. Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Trustee DeRosa, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to go back to the discussion that took place regarding the survey. You know, using past survey numbers to justify the current result is really not really a sound basis by which to judge the current survey that's being looked at. The polling is a science. It's a statistical science. It's about polling the right community, and it's about understanding the results that come back. With respect to the undecided vote, my argument was based on granting and counting those votes on both sides of the decided polls. And my point was actually made to the fact that there was, once you do that, there was very little difference. There was not a decisive result. So I would submit that the current survey and the results that we have is extremely unscientific and unrepresentative of either support or against the current policy that we are trying to decide, because it has not been scientifically executed.
Trustee DeRosa, I apologize to interrupt. However, do you have a question? You have already entered into.
I do have a question, Madam.
Can I ask you to
Chair?
Question.
Every time I have spoken, I have had a question.
So I would ask you to get
to it. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Very respectfully. And my question is as follows. And it is to Andrea Swindon. Are you comfortable drawing definitive conclusions on this policy of ultimate importance and ultimate ramifications on the basis of that survey? My question is clear and simple, yes or no?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate, Trustee DeRosa, this was not a survey. It's a feedback form. So you're right, there will be no scientific conclusions to be drawn because it's not a survey. It's a feedback form. We asked them for their opinions. We got their opinions. So I'm satisfied with the feedback we received, yes.
May I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
If it is a question, Trustee DeRosa, yes, you may.
So therefore, if this is not a survey, I would like to understand how you differentiate between the definition of a survey versus a feedback form.
Andrea, are you comfortable answering that, or would you
Sure.
prefer?
No, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, and I would prefer if Dr. Collymore were here because she could answer much more eloquently than I will be able to. Research Services is not involved in there is no thematic analysis that takes place when we go out for stakeholder feedback for policies. We are essentially, there's no survey that is constructed. It's basically just saying, do you like it? Do you not like it? Are you neutral? And what are your comments? So that's really not a survey. So that's why it's called a feedback form. When we're not looking for, they're not going to analyze the responses. It's not going to, it hasn't been developed by Research Services. It's not going to be, we're not pulling thematic analysis or doing any coding whatsoever. It stops. It's no longer a survey, it's a feedback form. And that's how we present it. That's how we've always presented it. It used to be years ago just a form that basically said, here are the revisions to the policy, tell us what you think. And it was an open-ended field form, and now it's just slightly better because trustees at their request they weren't clear on the comments that were coming back sometimes how stakeholders felt about a policy. So that's why we've asked them now, are you in support of the changes? Are you, or I should say, satisfied with the changes, dissatisfied, or neutral? So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, may I have a follow-up?
I have to deal with the procedural matter, Trustee DeRosa. It is 10:30. Can I have a motion to extend past 10:30?
Duart.
Trustee Duart, moved by Trustee Duart, seconded by
Murphy.
Trustee Murphy. Okay, take it to a recorded vote. Trustee Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
I'm opposed.
Okay, so that being said, we have an action item on the table, so we will finish this as we require a unanimous vote to go past 10:30. So we will finish this item on the table, and then our meeting will adjourn. Next in line, we have Trustee Intomasi.
I don't need the floor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee O'Brien? Oh, sorry, I missed. Oh, no, you're right. I've got Trustee O'Brien. Sorry, I thought I skipped you, Trustee Carabella, but you're after Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'd like to comment on the information as well. So we don't have anybody from research here, correct, Madam Chair?
That is my understanding. That is what Swindon has said.
No worries. Okay, so we have 139 that are satisfied and 118 that are dissatisfied. But keep in mind the fact that if you look at maybe not the number of comments, but the number of pages, the quantity of comments. There's 24 pages of people that are dissatisfied, and the comments range from, please keep this completely unscientific and non-Catholic policy away from my children. You do not have the right to indoctrinate my children with a moronic radical left-wing ideology. If this happens at any level, I will pull my children out of your so-called Catholic school board. It's a little strong for me even, but there's at least 18 pages of that. There's another 19 comments of people that would like a more robust equity policy. So I'm wondering, with such a discrepancy, even if we need a more robust equity policy or least robust equity policy, it seems that we're not ready to pass this. We need more discussion, more refining to get at least some kind of consensus about what should be going out there. It just seems too much in the middle, too many people unsatisfied from both sides. And I truly believe that more conversations will bring us to that level. So I don't know if we're ready to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Trustee Carabella?
Oops, sorry, I had a problem unmuting myself. On page 5 of 10, it's just one of the comments in the survey pointed this out, that what is the difference between designated, well, they're saying designated early childhood educators and then early childhood educators, that they're one and the same. And do we need to have both? It's a small point, but just wondering.
I don't know if Sita or Director Daly, you want to take that? I see your hands up, Director Daly.
Yeah, it wasn't up for that. I think Jeff might be able to give a better explanation of the difference between an ECE and a DECE, but I would like to make a comment if I can.
Superintendent Kroll, are you still here? Has he gone off maybe? I'm just trying to see if he's still on. Maybe Director Daly, you can speak to it while I see if I can't locate Superintendent Kroll on that other piece.
I'm sorry, what are you asking me to speak to, Chair?
I thought you wanted to speak to something.
Oh, sorry, it was, thank you, sorry about that. It was just.
Okay. Well, I tried to get Superintendent Kroll, that's all.
Yeah, it was just with regards to the feedback we've received. So we did send it out for stakeholder feedback at the direction of the board. That's why we did send it out. We bring the feedback back to trustees. And ultimately, trustees can weigh that feedback in a way that makes sense to them. So I've heard one trustee say, based on the number of responses, it's probably, they might treat the feedback in one way, and then another trustee has taken specific quotes out of the feedback and suggested changes to the policy. So I would think for that trustee, they would see the feedback as valuable. I think from an HR designation, I think Superintendent O'Hara could probably speak to the technical difference between a DECE and an ECE.
Thank you, and through the chair, DECE stands for Designated Early Childhood Educator, and so that would be the official title of someone who has that particular designation. ECE is just really a short form, Early Childhood Educator, but the appropriate title is DECE.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Trustee Carabella?
Sure. And does that mean we need the ECE then? Do you still want to keep both designations in there?
I think he's saying that is the designation. That's the official designation. The
okay.
other is a short form.
Okay.
Do you have a follow-up question, Trustee Carabella?
Well, I have a different question. I did read the, the feedback, and so I was wondering if CETA could speak to equity in that that it's a concept tied to the critical race theory, and which isn't Catholic in foundation, and the critical race theory that slices up society into identity groups based on race, gender, sexual orientation, and other factors. It divides the groups into oppressed and oppressors, similar to how Marxism labels peoples as oppressors or the oppressed based on class. And that's contrary to church social teaching. So I just would like to hear her comments on how equity is tied to critical race theory.
CETA,
Madam
are you
Chair?
able to answer that?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, thank you for that question. So equity really means addressing the disproportionalities or disparities in outcomes, right? And that could be on any lines. And for example, when we look at, the de-streaming curriculum, it talks about, who are those students who are not doing well. And one of the categories is race, but it's also students who are in special education. It's also students who are, from lower income households. So equity per se speaks to the idea is that we need to find out who are those students who are not achieving, believing, belonging at the same levels, where are the disparities, the disproportional outcomes, and we need to address that per se. And race becomes a category within which, when you look at data from neighboring boards, whether it's from Peel or Toronto, we find that certain groups, including Indigenous and Black students, are perhaps not performing at the same level or are overrepresented in things like suspensions, or they are, not graduating at the same level. So data from other boards tells us that. So that's where the raise piece comes in. And that's how it ties into equity.
Thank you, Sita. We will now go back. Trustee DeRosa, do you have a comment? I mean, not a comment, a question?
Madam Chair, I think I've said everything I had to say on this. This is a policy that needs some sober second thought. Because from the legal perspective, it has not been vetted. And the survey is questionable. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Intomasi, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I would like to refer back to the response rate. I guess either Secretary Daly or Ms. Swindon can address it. When I look at the numbers, HCDSB parent, 227. So this is a stakeholder feedback, whereas students and HCDSB staff, who are the proponents of policies, I would see that the numbers that have come in are actually opposite to the way they should be coming in, because if you look at past stakeholder feedbacks, the greatest number of respondents is always from staff. The reason being is that they're closest to the policies, they deliver the policies, they speak to the policies, and the information goes to them first because they have the hands-on experience. I question this particular stakeholder report, and I would say that if I did this report 10 times, it would reinforce what I'm saying, that the HDSB should be interposed to parents. In other words, it should be switched. Parents don't speak to policies. Students don't speak to policies. That's my comment and question. So I welcome an answer.
I don't know if the question was clear. Director Daly, hold on just one second. Director Daly, because you've put it to Director Daly, do you have a response, and did you capture the question? Director Daly?
Sorry, I had myself muted.
I was gonna say.
Sorry, I did hear the comment. I'm not sure I understood it. I didn't hear what the question was. So if the question could be repeated, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, no problem. In past stakeholder feedback, the response rate would be higher for staff, lowest for students, and even lower yet for parents. This particular stakeholder report points the other direction. I can tell you from other stakeholder reports that I've looked to at the board, the numbers would support that staff would be the overwhelming respondents to policy, because policy is driven by your frontliners. That is your teachers. So I do not have any faith in this particular stakeholder report. If you can address that.
Director Daly, are you good?
Well, I can't address you not having faith in the report, and you didn't ask a question respectfully.
The numbers. So I'm asking you, in previous reports, when you go out to stakeholder feedback, can you verify that generally 9 out of 10 times, parent response rate would be the lowest, followed by students, and staff response would be the highest?
I think Swindon has her hand up to respond to that. Director Daly.
I don't have a response to that without going back and taking a look at it, but Andrea might.
I think Andrea does. She's got her hand up, so.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Okay, so Trustee Yantomasi, I don't know where you have pulled the data from, but if you go on to our, and I'll put the link in the chat. If you go onto our website on the community consultation page, you'll see the results of the latest stakeholder feedback. And just to go back to the policy feedback that I was referencing earlier, when I said that we had, for instance, in the school uniform, we had 350 responses. Of those, 330 were parents, so the vast majority were parents. For the French, optional French policy stakeholder feedback, we had in total 148 responses, and of those, 137 were parents. I'm looking now quickly, and again, you can do it yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. You can do your own research, and you'll see that we had 202 responses for the service animal policy, 202 responses overall, and 177 parents. So my experience has been, and again, don't take my word for it, go back and look at the reports, that the parents overwhelmingly are generally the highest response rate group.
Thank you.
So
Thank you,
we're
Ms.
mixing
Swinton.
apples with oranges because your response speaks to uniform,
Sorry,
which is measured.
Trustee Yantomasi, can you stick to your questions at this point? Yeah, okay, so then ask a question, please.
I have to set it up first, okay? So I have to give background. When you speak to uniforms, that's parent driven. When you speak to French, it's parent driven. So your response rate is going to be greater with those issues because they're programming. When you're referring to a policy such as equity and inclusion, it's a policy that's driven and it's understood most by teachers, the people that are on your front lines. So in this particular instance, your staff response should have been what the parent response rate is. It's not the same thing.
Sorry, what is your, that's not a question, Trustee Yantomasi, so we're going to move on. Trustee DeRosa, do you have a question? And I'm going to caution you that we have heard your comments. You've utilized your time, so if you have a question, you can ask a question.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the heads up and the prejudgments. But at the end of the day, what I'd like to do is move a motion on the basis that it's germane to the topic, and the motion is to delay decisions on this policy until such time that we have given it right and due consideration to the legal compliance as well as a fulsome survey. So that's my point. I would like to move that we delay this.
Can you provide that to us, Trustee DeRosa? Can you provide your motion in?
I will try to articulate it the best I can, Madam Chair, and I welcome anybody to help me out here. But basically, I move to postpone.
Go down so I can write it, please.
Okay.
Well, if I have to write it out, Trustee DeRosa, we have to be able to.
Yes, I understand. So bear with me. I'm trying to think the best way to position this, okay, in the simplest way. So whereas the policy remains to be vetted legally, and a more fulsome polling of all stakeholders and ratepayers of the HCDSB.
Slow down, hold on, ratepayers of HCDSB, yep.
Be it resolved that this motion be postponed until we receive the results of a legal opinion on compliance to the relative legislation. And
hold on, compliance and relative legislation.
Yes, and until if our ratepayers, until our entire ratepayer population can be polled on this policy.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a seconder to this motion?
I'll second it.
Trustee O'Brien. Trustee DeRosa, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I think, to be brief, I don't think that this policy is ready. What concerns me is the importance of this policy, and it is not ready really to be decided on. I am in support of this principle, that it is trying to advance, but I think we need to be able to consider it and do the necessary work so that we can consider it in a proper perspective, understanding what the ramifications are, understanding what the legal compliance is, as well, and most importantly, a full consultation of our ratepayers. I hope you can support this because I'm delaying it in the proper spirit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions, trustees? The only thing that can be debated, I will remind you, because it's a motion to postpone, is the time frame. Trustee O'Brien.
That's a good question. So I'm asking Trustee DeRosa, what time frame are you looking at? Because I was hoping maybe one meeting, but what you're proposing seems to be more. So can you please elaborate on that?
I can. What's important here is to make sure that if we postpone, we come back with the necessary information and fulsome information in order to make a decision. So I would counsel, maybe I would seek guidance from maybe Director Daly to try to see what timeframes is required to achieve that end, Director Daly.
Well, Trustee DeRosa, you've asked a few things. You've asked for a legal representation, a legal opinion on compliance and relative legislation, and until our entire ratepayer population can be polled on this policy. So I don't know that Director Daly can give us a response on how we can get that opinion back and what that would look like. Director Daly, do you want to take a crack at it?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. The more problematic part would be, the idea of polling, as Trustee DeRosa suggested, all of our ratepayers. We don't have access to information to just survey our ratepayers at will. In terms of what we can use our MPAC information for, it's fairly prescriptive. So I couldn't hazard a guess as to how long that process, if in fact that was the process we were going to do, would take. So I'm sorry I can't be more helpful on that.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up, Trustee O'Brien?
Yes, to Director Daly. Thank you, Sue, Madam. To Director Daly. So we do have access to MPAC at some level, correct?
My understanding, Trustee O'Brien, is in very specific circumstances.
Can I respond to that?
What, do you have a question?
No.
Because really the only debate is the time, right? That's what we can debate.
Correct.
So is the question or the comment in regards to the time frame?
Yes.
Go
comment
ahead.
is that I've been in contact with MPAC and they're open to releasing that information. I don't see that as being happening that soon. So I'm wondering if Trustee DeRosa might amend his motion so that at least that component can be taken out. And maybe one meeting forward might be more realistic. I'm just putting that out to Trustee DeRosa. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May I respond, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. No, we actually have other people in the queue, so he's put it out there. He hasn't.
Well, the question was put to me. I'd like to answer it if you don't mind.
So there's other people in the queue. Superintendent Lofts, you had your hand up.
Sorry, that's okay, Trustee Guzzo, or Madam Chair. I'll refrain from any comment.
Thank you. Seeing there's no other people in the queue, Trustee DeRosa, you can close.
Can I answer Trustee O'Brien's question?
If Trustee O'Brien would like to make an amendment to the time frame, or you would like to amend a time frame, then you can.
Well, I would like to suggest a time frame, if I may.
So what time frame would you like to suggest, Trustee DeRosa?
So given the legal opinion, it's probably the quickest timeline that we can get something done. It's the question mark is around the fulsome survey, because it's becoming apparent to me now that we don't have the ability to do fulsome surveys. So what's important is to do a representative survey. And I think we need to deliberate that to see whether the impact list, to what extent we would be able to drill. So I would suggest that if we have to put a time frame to this, primarily the longest time would be regarding the survey. I would put out there 1 month. 1 month, and then see how far we get, and to try to advance it earlier if we can. But we need at least a month in order to figure how to do a full survey.
1 month would put us, Trustee DeRosa, to 1 month.
I don't have a calendar in front of me, so I'm
so that would
at your mercy here.
So it would bring us to the May 18th board meeting. It won't be enough to bring us to the next policy meeting, and it's not enough time to get it out and get feedback back, because it's got to be 3 weeks. So I think the earliest that would be the June meeting, the first meeting in June.
I'm willing to try that out, Madam Chair.
June 8th. So June 8th policy meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
It seems fair to me, yeah.
Okay.
We should know where we're going by then.
Is there any objection to that date change?
I object, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'd like to make
what is your objection, Trustee O'Brien? Because you asked Trustee DeRosa if he was amenable.
And, I really think Trustee DeRosa is being too ambitious in getting all that in. I was a legal opinion I could see in a month. I don't think this should go past a month, because I do think we have to get this policy working. But I'd like to amend his amendment that it'd be the next policy meeting.
So the only, and that's fine, I can put that forward. We can get it seconded, Trustee O'Brien, but I don't know that stakeholder piece could be done, as it requires 3 weeks. It has to be sent out, and then the information has to be put together for us to be able to review it.
I know, but I like to have that taken out, but I can't do that because I can only amend time. So
right, I understand, but then that.
So you can rule me as an invalid amendment if you want, because I can see that.
Yeah, I think it is an invalid amendment, because I don't think that I think we're setting timelines that are not attainable. Okay. And
I understand.
Yeah, so that's why I suggested the June, because the May 11th is less than 1 month, actually, the next policy meeting.
Madam Chair, I'd be willing to live with your suggestion. Okay. So, and certainly if it becomes apparent that it's doable before, we can act accordingly, or doable later, we can act accordingly. Right now, we're shooting in the dark a little bit. We know that we know that 2 weeks is not enough, and we know that maybe just 3 weeks or a month is just at the cusp of. So I'm willing to take your suggestion of the first meeting of the policy meeting in June, and between now and then we can see how it goes.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask again, is there any objection to changing it to the June policy meeting? Okay. So being no objection, the date in there will be the June 8th, 2021 meeting. Trustee Agnew, you have your hand up?
It's okay, I withdraw. I'd rather not engage. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll take this to a vote. So right now we're voting on Trustee DeRosa's motion, and I will read it again. So Trustee DeRosa states, whereas we remain to be vetting legally in the ability, whereas sorry, I can't read my own writing right now, where we remain to be vetting legally and a more fulsome policy of all stakeholder and ratepayers of the Halton Catholic District School Board. Be it resolved that this motion be postponed until we receive the results of a legal opinion on compliance and relative legislation, and until our entire ratepayers population can be pulled on this policy on or by June 8th, 2021. It was seconded by Trustee O'Brien. I will take it to a recorded vote. Trustee Agnew.
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
Trustee Dewart.
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy.
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor, but I have reserves.
Okay. Trustee O'Hearn-Chernotta.
Opposed.
Trustee Antomasi.
In favor.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Goubert. I think we might have lost Trustee Goubert. Trustee Kelly.
Opposed.
I am also opposed. So the motion fails. So now we will vote on the actual policy. Thank you, Rosie. So Trustee Agnew.
Thank you. Just to confirm, we're voting on the policy as presented to us this evening with no amendments.
Yes, the only amendment was the consensus that was made at the last policy meeting.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I am in favor.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa.
I'm opposed.
Trustee Dewart.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
Opposed.
Trustee O'Hearn-Chernotta.
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi.
Opposed.
Trustee Carabella.
Opposed.
Trustee Kelly.
In favor.
I am also in favor. So the policy will be.
Madam Chair, before we conclude, may I make a statement?
No, you may not. We have ended the meeting.
It relates to the motion that just passed.
Trustee Antomasi, it doesn't matter. There was a motion, the meeting has ended. So this was the only piece of business that we were dealing with. So we will now go to closing prayer, which I am in charge of. As it's been a long evening, we'll end with Hail Mary in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace.
Can't hear you, muted.
Maybe I'll jump in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Have a nice evening, guys. Bye-bye.
Good night. Thank you.